Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing? I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I am your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Championship Sunday is around the corner for the NFL's Final Four this weekend. The action kicks off with the AFC Championship between the top two seeds in the AFC as quarterback Drake Maye, coach Mike Vrabel, and the excellent Patriots defense take on perhaps the top defense in the league in the Sean Payton-led squad that will be without starting quarterback Bo Nix, who broke his ankle at the end of the division round win for the Broncos. In the nightcap, the top-seeded Seahawks, led by Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and coach Mike McDonald's elite defense take on the high-powered offense of MVP favorite Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Sean McVay's LA Rams. We break down all the action from every angle. And then the Knicks took care of business by 54 against the hapless Brooklyn Nets after a 4-game slide and 9 losses in the past 11 games prompted captain Jalen Brunson to call a players-only meeting to discuss the team's struggles offensively and season-long struggle on the defensive side of the ball. Can the Knicks turn it around and avoid a significant mid-season slide, or do Leon Rose and crew need to make a move to shore up the sinking ship before it's too late? And before we cover Rangers GM Chris Drury's retooling letter to angry fans and dial it up to 11, we will dive inside baseball to talk the Mets trading for ace Freddie Peralta and the Yankees finally re-signing Cody Bellinger on another all gas, no brakes, wheeling and dealing, styling and profiling live Thursday night edition of Jabba and the Mound.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name is coming from
Jabba and the Mouth.
Oh my God. Yes, Aaron Fishman is back in the studios celebrating his 40th birthday. I'm 43. Jabba's 40. Speedy is a child. You got the mommy poops. He's even more of a small child. Nifton, baby. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Mark, my co-host, Mr. Flamethrower, ex-New York Yankee, ex-Kansas City Royal, I guess you could call them the Cleveland Guardians, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You can call us like Brian Snow did, like Jeff from Tampa did on Tuesday. All you got to do is call us at 631-672-3108. We'll get you on. We'll shoot the crap with you, whatever you want to talk about, if we're talking about it in that particular time. If it's football in the football time, we'll talk football with you. If it's baseball in the baseball time, we'll talk baseball with you. If it's hockey at the hockey time, we'll talk hockey with you. And yes, if it's NBA basketball, we'll talk NBA basketball with you too, if it's at the NBA time. So yes, fans, be calm. Don't be careless. Anyways, it's been a crazy, crazy day for me. I was at the gym today. And one of the worst things I hate more than anything in the world is trying to find weights. It is the worst thing because you have all these meatheads. They're all looking or trying to find the 100-pound dumbbells, the 110s, or they're trying to get the 90s and 80s, and then they mix it up. So you have the 80s with the 70s, the 60s with the 40s, the 30s with the 10s, and I'm looking for two weights, and I'm watching these meatheads. They're standing right next to me, grunting, making weird sounds, dropping the weights like they're muscle-bound wieners. Well, they are muscle-bound wieners.
Wow.
But yeah, and they're grunting. Sounds like somebody's raping them in the rear end. And then you hear the secretary screaming on the intercom saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you're dropping weights, please don't drop them the way you're dropping them, and please put the weights back the way you found them." And I'm standing there, and I'm looking at everybody else but myself. I'm just standing there. I'm like, I can't find nothing. These muscle-bound idiots, they've got like a million different weights right under them. I mean, this guy had like 200-pound dumbbells, 110-pound dumbbells, and 120-pound dumbbells. And I'm not going. I usually go no more than 100, 105 when I'm hitting the weights heavy and a different week. Every other week I'm hitting the weights a little bit heavier. I don't go any heavier than that anymore. I'm not crazy. I'm not doing. I don't know. Aaron Donald is doing right now, where he's benching 160-pound dumbbells, which is ridiculous, by the way, absolutely ridiculous. And he's also a lot younger than me. He's 34. I'm 43. I'm like 9 years older than him, but. It is crazy what these guys are doing right now. Still retired NFL players doing and weightlifting the way they're lifting. But I'm watching these guys, and they're definitely juicing. They're chemically imbalanced. It's crazy. It just I hate being in the gym when these guys, and now they're closing every LA Fitness around this particular gym area. So now I'm dealing with trying to find a gym where I'm not going to be, rushed out of my spot because people are standing right behind me waiting for me to get up and leave. It's annoying. It's one of the most annoying things. And in Long Island, New York, if anybody's been here, it is cluttered with people. Cluttered. If you're on the roads, it's cluttered. Yeah, there I am. That's exactly what it was. I don't know if I was making a face like that. But nevertheless, I wasn't grunting like they were. Just say that. But anyways, that was my take today. I dealt with the gym crap. I was in the gym. I usually go in and out of the gym, an hour workout, and I do a half an hour run. And I speed walk. I do an incline of 12, and I'm doing it at a 3.2 3.8, 4.0. And I do it for 30 minutes. So it's a long process. So I was in the gym today for 2.5 hours. When I'm in the gym for 2.5 hours, I'm in a miserable mood. So all day today, even when I saw Speedy, when I picked him up and I said, I'm not in the mood. I'm going to be very, very nice to you. And I'm going to talk with a little bit of kindness and not carelessness, Jabba. And I was. Speedy, was I not nice to you today? Usually I'm yelling at you, right? So I was nice to him because I swore to myself I was going to calm down and I was going to speak with him like a normal person, not scream at him like I want to rip his head off or rip his neck out of off his body. So yeah, it was one of those days. So I'm not in a good mood, ladies and gentlemen. So trust me, when I'm not in a good mood, you're going to get good content tonight. You're going to get a lot of good content. And we're going to have somebody on the show in a little while at 9:30. And this guy's got some personality. He doesn't like the commissioner. He doesn't like a lot of things that the MLB is doing. And he's going to come on the show, and we love him. And we will be talking to aceofspaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader will be joining us. And boy, oh boy, if you don't follow him on social media, it is a treat every time he posts. Jabba, you know him. We've known him for years. He's been on the show, and I love to criticize him. So we've gone back and forth with bantering and arguing about baseball, and I love Ryan. So
and you know what? I'm like, popcorn might be out quick because it's usually just you and Fish. I know Ryan, and I know probably some of the takes you're going to have right now. And we got the popcorn ready, baby. It is going to happen.
It probably will.
I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'm going to sit back, relax, and just enjoy the process of you. And I was texting Ryan earlier, and I was like, hey, it's about to go down. He goes, it's been a while. And I'm like, all right, well, then buckle up, bud, because here we go.
I had to take a shit.
Anyways, a lot to get into. So why don't we shoot it and abuse it? The AFC Championship game kicks off first on Sunday, featuring Mike Vrabel's New England Patriots against Sean Payton's Denver Broncos. Because Bo Nix broke his ankle in the last play of the division round, the Broncos will be starting former Patriots draft pick, seventh round draft pick, Jarrett Stidham. I can't wait for this. Who has only started 4 career NFL games, and none of them since 2023. The Patriots defense turned over C.J. Stroud and the Texans 5 times in the divisional round. Drake Maye has 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions so far in the playoffs. The Patriots are a minus 4.5 favorite without the one and only Knicks. The NFC Championship game is a true rivalry. The game and a pure offense versus defense duel, as Sean Payton and the Rams square off against Mike McDonald and the number 1 seeded Seahawks, as McDonald's number 1 ranked scoring defense takes on McVay's number 1 ranked scoring offense. The Rams and the Seahawks split their series, their 2 matchups this regular season, with 2 very close games. The Rams outgained the Seahawks by 1 yard and outscored them by 1 point combined in those 2 meetings. The Patriots are a 4.5 point road favorite, while the Seahawks are 3-point home favorite for moving on to the Super Bowl. All right, a lot to get into with the New England Patriots. And here's the facts. Drake Maye is a better quarterback than Jarrett Stidham. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. I called him Jarrett Stidham because that's what he is. He is not a quarterback that I'm going to trust not in a divisional game, a wild card game, and definitely not in a championship game. And I know Sean Payton, he's going to make it very easy. He's going to run easy plays. He's going to use his running backs. That's what he likes to do when he doesn't have an advantage at the quarterback position. I don't even think he had an advantage at the quarterback position, even if Bo Nix was playing. Now, Drake Maye is, I wouldn't say elite, but he was by far, to me, a top 10 quarterback this year. Stats would tell you he's a top 3, and that's why he's an MVP candidate. I do not think he's going to win the MVP because Matthew Stafford was that damn good this year, and he is going to get one. He's never won an MVP in his whole career. He's been in the league for over 15 years, and this is his chance to win one. And I think Matthew Stafford has done everything, and he deserves all the rights of being this year's league MVP. But when you look at this game, there's a lot of questions, and there's going to be a lot of answers in the game. One, can the Patriots score and run their offense against this defense? Denver's defense is one of the best in the league. They have one of the best secondaries in all of football. They have the best corner still. I don't care what anybody says. They have the best corner in football. There is no argument. And anybody argues that, they don't know what they're talking about. They have arguably one of the great safeties in this league, too. This defense is sensational. And I think when you look at both teams, they're matched up very, very well. Defense to offense. Both teams have a tremendous amount of talent. Tremendous. But again, when we go back and forth and we're trying to compare and contrast both teams, a lot of people are going to look at this game and they're going to say, well, it's Jarrett Stidham, so the Patriots are going to win. Not necessarily. You're in Denver. You're playing in Denver. You're not in Foxborough, and we all know what Foxborough brings when you play there. I don't remember the last time the Patriots lost a playoff game at Foxborough.
The Titans since 2019.
But the Patriots, for years, have had problems in Denver. Have had years. Tom Brady's worst games were in Denver. So I'm not saying Drake Maye is Tom Brady, but just think. The breathing, the oxygen, everything in Denver is going to affect this game. It's going to be cold, might be snowy. We saw what a snow game can cause for the New England Patriots just as much as it caused for the Denver Broncos over the last couple of years at playing in the snow. And I think, obviously, when you look at both of these teams, they're very well matched. As far as the coaches are concerned, I think Mike Vrabel is a little bit under Sean Payton. Sean Payton has been here before. He's won a Super Bowl before. Mike Vrabel has never won a Super Bowl. He's never coached in a Super Bowl. That's the advantage that Sean Payton has. And if I look at the running games, they're very equal. Obviously, the Broncos have a young quarterback. A young running back in Harvey that is going to be their go-to guy. The Patriots have Henderson, another young guy, no question, and Stevenson. They have the ability to be an ultra threat at the running game. The Patriots always use their running game. Mike Vrabel likes to play old school football. We've seen this before. We understand how Bill Belichick has coached him over the years when he's worked on the bench over there with the New England Patriots and when he took over for Tennessee. Look who he coached. Derrick Henry for many, many years, one of the elite running backs in the league. So you know Mike Vrabel, his go-to is run the ball, dominate the line of scrimmage, and use his young offensive line to push this defensive line back. That's what they're strong at. And I expect that on Sunday. But here's the thing.
But what do the Broncos do? How do they combat losing Bo Nix and having him? What do they change? And I know you said run, but you got to do more than that.
Here's what I'm going to say. J.K. Dobbins is playing in this game. J.K. Dobbins is probably playing in this game. What I've heard is he's going to make a run at it. And if J.K. is that guy, and he is an elusive running back, much better than Harvey. Harvey's still young. This guy can catch the ball in the backfield. You can use him in many different ways. You can use him in a widespread offense where you can use him as a wide receiver. I expect Dobbins to be a big threat in this game if the Denver Broncos are going to win this game. And I expect also that they're going to make the game a lot easier for Stidham. They're going to throw short passes, slant passes, make the game quicker, easier, so it gives them a little bit of confidence, runs the tempo of the game, so the Broncos could start moving the ball and use their running backs to push this defense back. I think the Broncos have the running game. If J.K. Dobbins plays this game and he's 100%, not even 100%, 80%, he's never going to be 100%, 80% healthy, they got a chance. They do. And I just saw them that they made an announcement this week that J.K. is probably going to play. So that's a great little tool. That's a great little weapon that Sean Payton is going to use this week. Now, Jarrett Stidham has, I believe, an ability to move outside of the pocket. He's been better. The 4 games that I've watched a couple of films on Stidham over the last couple of days. I watched him in some of the games. This is a kid that likes to move outside of the pocket and make his throws on the run. That's where he's more efficient. I expect a lot of that in this offense, in this game. I would expect that they don't want him to sit in the pocket and make throws because this defense is.
Do they run more RPO options if that's kind of what we've seen?
I think they're gonna use the running backs. They might even use a double-sided running back play where you're going to see Harvey and J.K. Dobbins out there on some of the plays. One of them to block, the other one to either be a decoy or a guy that you can use him in a screen pass and use him in many different options. And that's why I think Sean Payton has the advantage in this game. One, the home field advantage. The crowd's going to be loud. The stadium, the oxygen, it bodes better for the Denver Broncos because they're the home team. The only thing is, Drake Maye has not played a good game yet in the playoffs. And I still think he has the ability to figure that out. We haven't seen him throw over. Have we seen him throw over 200 yards yet?
Yeah, the Chargers game he did, but barely.
So this could be a game where I expect him to have between 250 and 300 yards. If he does that, the Patriots are going to win the game. They have to keep him down with his yards, keep him in his pocket. Don't let him move outside of the pocket. Drake Maye is also very, very good outside of the pocket. He's very strong inside, just as well outside of the pocket. His strength is he loves to roll to the right. So what do you think they're going to do? Sean Payton is going to make sure that they're going to force him to roll to his left where he's uncomfortable doing that, where it puts him in bad, awkward positions where he could make mistakes. Drake Maye made a lot of mistakes last week. He dropped the ball 4 times. 4. So, and he's had a fumbling problem all season long. He led the league in fumbles. And trust me, Sean Payton on the board is probably going to say, Fumbleina, we're going to be using blitz packages. We're going to jam guys up the middle and use our guys, our defensive linemen on the outsides to put pressure on Drake where he feels not comfortable and he forces the ball into places that he is very uncomfortable doing. That's where I think the Denver Broncos, and they've got the secondary to do it. Patrick Surtain is as good as anybody. He is going to shut down their number one. I don't know who their number one is. I really don't. But Mr. Boot, or whatever, what do we call him?
Oh, Java's favorite receiver.
Mr. Boot.
You got to have the booty.
Yeah, Mr. Boot is a guy that he likes to go to in the second half of the game. Diggs is a guy he likes to go in the first half of the game. I think Diggs is dangerous in this game. I really do, because what they're going to do with Diggs is expect a lot of trick plays. I think Vrabel's going to use a lot of different things that we've not seen the Patriots use all season long. And we know McDaniel, he is a very weird guy when he's calling plays, especially if he sees something working more than the other.
But that's the thing we talked about, and Speedy kind of touched on it. Is this the time to do those trick plays, like right now?
Yes, because teams are not planning for them. Teams haven't seen it all season long. What do these coaches do? They watch old film. Sean Payton's the king of doing that. If you watch anything and know anything about Sean Payton, he loves watching film. It's his favorite thing. So what does Sean Payton like to do? He's going to watch Drake Maye. He's going to watch every single game this year, what Drake Maye likes to do, what he's uncomfortable doing, and he's going to use that to his advantage. I believe that Sean Payton is the type of guy that is one of the trickery type of coaches we've ever seen. We've seen him doing it in the Super Bowl. Remember that? Speedy, remember the second half?
Oh, yeah.
If they didn't make that trick play, that kickoff, I think the Saints lose that game.
An onside kick by Jets legend Thomas Morstead.
I mean, seriously, in the beginning of the second half of the game. So a guy like Sean Payton likes to do that, and I expect him to do a lot of that in this game. Throw Mike Vrabel, who's a young coach, still, a little wet behind the ears, has the experience with Tennessee, but never been in this experience with Tennessee. Never has. So he has a chance now against a backup quarterback, a third-string quarterback, to move on to a Super Bowl somewhere and somehow. And again, they haven't been in a Super Bowl since 2018. So this is a Patriots, and this is what the Patriots are known to do. They find ways to win games. Speedy, can the Broncos use their secondary and use their talent on that defensive side of the ball to hold Drake Maye into place where he doesn't feel comfortable and puts him in awkward positions?
Yeah, the major advantage I think the Broncos still have, though, is their pass rush. And you mentioned like maybe overload blitzes on that left side of the defensive line. The Patriots have a lot of injuries on the offensive line, and their offensive line did not look very good against Houston's pass rush. And obviously, Houston's defensive scheme is a little different. They don't like to blitz as much. It's more of a 49ers type of defense with D'Amico Ryans over there, whereas Vance Joseph, he loves to bring blitzes and creative blitzes. And I agree with you. That's the leverage that the Broncos are going to have in this game against Drake Maye. In addition to the secondary having a lot of obvious advantages, not even just Surtain. Riley Moss is a guy, it's a slot corner that's not getting enough attention as a number 2 guy. And then McMillan, who got the interception last week against the Bills, the controversial interception. He played very well when Surtain got hurt. That was the reason the Broncos defense really didn't miss a beat when Surtain got hurt. So they have definitely enough secondary pieces. They have good safeties. They have good linebackers, and they have a good run defense. Now, the Patriots have a really good run defense, too. So that's what it will be interesting to see how the impact J.K. Dobbins is just coming back into the game. I'm curious on the pass-catching running backs, though. If they can make Harvey and Dobbins work as screen guys, if they can get those quick game going to make sure that Jarrett Stidham can feel comfortable right away. Now, Jarrett Stidham, this is the 3rd year in this scheme. So he's familiar with it. He's not being thrown into the fire. He had 2 starts with the Broncos when Russell Wilson got benched in that whole controversy 2 years ago. And then he started with the Raiders a little bit, too. So he has a little bit of experience in that regard. And Jabba, to answer what you were saying before, like, should they get more creative with those trick plays and different concepts? I think of this for Sean Payton like the 2021 Saints. They almost made the playoffs with Jameis Winston, Ian Book, and there was one other quarterback, and probably Taysom Hill probably started some games in there, it mixed in there. And they were 9-8. They almost made the playoffs. They almost stole a playoff start from the 49ers. I think if the 49ers didn't beat the Rams, the Saints would get in with that group. And the Broncos have more talent right now than a lot of those Saints offensive players. The Saints got old that year. So this is going to be a very interesting game. A tight defensive duel in the snow could still go in the Broncos' favor because of those reasons.
It's a cat and mouse. And Jabba, you're muted.
It is. No, it is. But, so I'm going to ask you guys from an outside perspective, where do you think the battle is won? Obviously, we always talk about the trenches, but I think there's more to this game than just winning it in the trenches.
It's very simple. Whoever finds their running game first is probably going to win the game. I think if it's snowing and it's cold and the oxygen is always soft over there and it's very hard to breathe, I expect a lot of both teams' running games to take over. I think, obviously, Stevenson and Henderson, they're a dynamic duo, but I would trust more in J.K. Dobbins because of what J.K. Dobbins has been through in his career. This guy is so explosive. I think people forget how good J.K. Dobbins is when he's healthy.
But even being out as long as he was, coming back in this situation, do you think that plays?
I don't, because I expect he's not a rookie coach. He's a veteran coach that's been here before. He always likes to go to his go-to guys, the guys that he trusts the most. And J.K. Dobbins is a veteran guy. He's not going to go to Harvey early in the game because Harvey is inexperienced. And with the crowd and, in specific times of games, those young guys are very uncomfortable making those plays. I don't think J.K. Dobbins is going to be uncomfortable. I think you can trust more in that veteran type of player to make the play, get that extra yardage that they're going to need to move the sticks. And that's why I think the advantage will go to the Broncos in this game if it goes to the running game. But again, we can look at both sides of the game.
And they're still not favored at home. They're getting 4.5 right
They weren't
now.
going to be favored.
No, because they have a backup quarterback,
Yeah.
a third-string quarterback.
But I think 4.5 is a lot when you judge the Broncos, just talent advantage in the trenches. This is the other one that I think is an advantage, is an interesting X factor, the tight ends. Like Hunter Henry's been a streaky tight end all year. And if you're going to expose anything with the Broncos, it might be their linebackers. Alex Singleton got banged up a little last week. And again, their safeties are still kind of new. They have a lot of rotational guys. And then on the Patriots end, they traded one of them in Kyle Duggar already at the trade deadline. They have linebackers that are pretty young. Can the Broncos use Ingram and even Adam Troutman to an extent, who the Sean Payton has familiarity with the Saints, to make that work? And then the last one too, Jabba, is Jaleel McLaughlin's their third running back. He's an interesting wild card as a pass catching guy. If Dobbins, because you don't want to give him a lot of volume, really.
They have a four-headed monster now. They have four guys, four competent running backs that can do a lot of things. And Sean Payton's a very tricky type of play caller. I expect him to use two running backs on a lot of his play calls. One to block. They're going to need that extra blocker to give Stidham some time to get these guys up. They don't have elite wide receivers. They have one great wide receiver, and the rest of those guys are, I mean, are you going to trust Mims? I don't know if I trust Mims. I don't trust any of the weapons they have. Brian, if he plays in the game, I don't even think he's playing in the game.
No, he's got a concussion. I don't think
so. And Stover, I don't even think he's playing in the game. So there's nobody in my thought on how they're going to beat you in the air. They're going to have to beat you with these running backs and use these running backs in certain packages to throw this defense, which is pretty damn good. I mean, Gonzalez has been an elite corner in this league since he's come into the league before his injury last year. And he's only been in the league for 2 years. Just think about his dominance. And Jones was unbelievable last week. So you have two competent corners that can absolutely shadow any guy that they have on the football field. And that's what you expect Gonzalez to do against their number one guy. So I think the advantage in that case, when it comes to the air, will go to the Patriots with Diggs and Mr. Boot. Or Booty, or whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, Jabba's boy. I think the other one before you go, Fish, is how much they can maneuver their other receivers around off of those other corners too. Because Gonzalez and Sutton, you would think Gonzalez probably has the advantage, even though I think Sutton's size is going to make it hard. And then you got obviously Surtain against any of those Patriots receivers. Forget it. If they can get off the number two guy and get those receivers maybe in bunch formations or just versatile who's there, Sean Payton versus Josh McDaniels, that battle will be very interesting too.
Yeah, McDaniel's up for assistant coach of the year this year, Speedy. He's had another great season. He's one of the best assistant coaches we've seen in this league for a long time. Not a good head coach, not exactly a good people person, apparently.
That's even
That's a whole nother story, but has done a great job, obviously, with Drake Maye and having him grow and have this offense in a position where they're favored in the AFC Championship game, and Drake Maye is probably going to finish second for MVP this year. That's pretty awesome. It's a pretty great job. However, you have a weird game plan. It's a weird game that's going to happen. You're not going to see it because there's no Bo Nix. So Sean Payton, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be in the first quarter. They need to get a lead. That they need to run the ball. They have the best offensive line in football according to PFF. Number one ranked in 2025 offensive line. Have an all-pro tackle and guard on the team. They're fantastic. But they don't throw the ball. And Stidham, I don't know if you want to trust to throw the ball. So what I'm expecting is who has more trick plays than Sean Payton, right? Like this guy probably has rooms filled of notebooks. You know, like Girardi had binders back in the day who told him what to do. Millions of different plays that he's come up with over the years.
There was a Twitter handle that was Joe's Binder.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it was like, honestly, like I saw it every day and it was like this big. I'm like, what in the hell is in there? Like I never looked at it. I didn't know what was in there.
Everything was in there, Jabba. Everything.
Jabba, do you know how many pages were devoted to you?
Probably. There was probably just a rules segment of all the other stuff.
So it's an obvious game plan for the Broncos. Can they get a lead early, and then can they pound it on them? That's what they have to do to win. They have no other way, I don't think. That's it. But the Patriots, they got to face the number one defense.
Yes.
And I look, if it's me, and I think Vrabel's smart enough to know this, he's just going to smother the line of scrimmage, and he's going to say, "You're not running the ball." and we're going to press up on your guys. Our guys are better than your guys. Diggs is not the same guy. If he's your best guy, good luck against us, you know? So.
I think you're right. But again, the crowd's going to be loud. And remember, it could be snowing. It could be cold. The oxygen is low over there. It's elevated. Drake Maye has never been in a situation like this. This is a young kid that's only been in the league for what, 2 years now? He's young. He's a kid. So there's a lot of pressure on him to go up to Denver and do what he did in Foxborough. And I don't know if he's going to have the advantage because of that, because of the crowd and how loud it's going to be. And remember, when he's calling the plays, he's going to have hand signals and all that other stuff that needs to be worked up for the players to understand what he's calling in the huddle. So there's a lot to look at in this game. Everybody's not looking at. They're just saying, hey, the Patriots have Drake Maye and they have Stidham. And by the way, McDaniel was the one that wanted Jarrett Stidham. He's the one that drafted Jarrett Stidham in the 7th round. So he knows everything about Jarrett Stidham. So it's not like he's going to be tricked. But guess what? Jarrett Stidham's been with the Broncos for 3 years. So he understands, I guess, a little bit more about Sean Payton and how Sean Payton wants to run this offense. He is not Bo Nix, but I don't know if Bo Nix would have given them that much of an advantage even if he was playing in this game. He's better than Stidham. He's much better. But I think that the way they're going to be game planning, I think
the way you say that though, it's now like with Bo Nix, the comfort that you have with him and what he's like shown, like their first halves have been terrible. But the second half and when they get him to the finish line, Bo Nix has been there at the finish line. And so I think that's the thing where they're going to have to schematically try to do things differently because they're not going to have a finisher. They've seen Bo finish at the end of every game.
They have one. J.K. Dobbins is a finisher. That guy is a finisher. I've watched this guy.
That's where the chess match comes in.
I didn't even know he was playing until I saw on the list that he's listed there. So if he's listed there, he's playing on Sunday, which gives them a real good weapon that they can do so many things with him. The guy could catch the ball in the backfield. The guy could go north and south. The guy is great. He's a great player. Look at his numbers when he's healthy. He's as good as any running back in the league. Go look at the last 5 years.
But you just said he's not 100%. If you get him at 80%, is he still the same guy?
100%. They're going to use him if he was 100%. Even if he was 80%, they're going to use him like he was 100%. Okay. J.K. Dobbins has how many years left in the league? Maybe one at most. He's over 30 years old. He's going to give it all in this game because he has a chance to win a Super Bowl. J.K. Dobbins never won a Super Bowl. This is his chance. So he's going to go out there and do his
work. For that. But I mean, that is something to be said. Like, you're always chasing the chip, right? And it's like, yeah, I've accomplished my individual goals. But when you win something and you win it with somebody, as this flag sits right here, that's special. That's special. And if he can do it, then that changes the magnitude of your career.
Just think, if Jarrett Stidham wins the Super Bowl after only playing,
he's gonna get paid.
Get paid. I mean, this guy's. They're gonna write stories about this Super Bowl.
Yeah,
stories about him. Oh, Jarrett Stidham. Where did he come from? 4 games, and he plays in the championship game, wipes the floor with the Patriots, and then wipes the floor with Seattle, the Rams, and wins the Super Bowl. What a story that would be.
It would be the greatest revenge game ever. And that's for you, Jeff, that we're so high on Jarrett Stidham when he got drafted in 2019.
Anyways, I want to get into this game because this game is the game that everybody's looking forward to. It is the Seahawks and the young coach in McDonald versus the veteran Sean McVay. I'm sorry.
I want to know why you don't like Sean McVay that much.
I don't like the way he's dancing and prancing on the sidelines. He flexes. He's always in the media. I don't like his voice. He's got some weird terminology when he speaks to the media. He tries to play the media like they're stupid. Every time he speaks, he goes to the X's and O's when he speaks, and it kind of turns you off on listening to him. And his voice is so annoying. Me and Fish talk about it all the time. He's got one of the most annoying voices. And even his faces that he was making when Chicago came back, I don't know if anybody saw his face when Caleb Williams threw that Hail Mary all the way to the end zone to Cole Kmet. Did anybody see that face that he made? His mouth dropped.
Yeah, they zoomed in on it.
He couldn't believe it. He was shocked that he completed that pass.
But you got to give credit where credit's due. The dude's done unbelievable.
I'm not taking shots at McVay like he's not a good coach. But the last time Sean McVay went to a Super Bowl,
he just annoys you, right?
The last time he went to a Super Bowl, he won. And that was because of they went after Ramsey. They spent the money and traded for Matthew Stafford, and they had Aaron Donald. They had the elite of elite defensive linemen in all of football at the top of his game. They don't have that this year. And they had Cooper Kupp, by the way, who was an elite wide receiver. They don't have that this year. And I'm just saying that. They have Puka Nacua. They do. But they don't. Their defense is young. This is a young defense that's never been in this kind of position. Practically their whole defensive line they've been in the league for no more than 4 or 5 years. Their 2 top defensive linemen have been in the league for no more than 3. So I'm just speaking the truth here. I don't, and the Rams, they didn't look good last week against the Chicago Bears in the second half. The Bears kept in that game. The Seahawks are a different monster. This is a different monster. They've got running players. They've got a running game. They got Walker. They have Charbonnet. I had Charbonnet on my fantasy teams, 2 of my fantasy teams. He was sensational. I used him in many different
Charbonnet's out.
Is he out? I don't even know if he's out.
Torn ACL. He's done.
Oh,
yeah, he's out. Right. Yeah.
They got Walker. So it doesn't even matter. Walker had 3 touchdowns last week. Walker dominated. And Walker's going to get the ball. And they're going to feed him the rock because his offensive line is one of the best in the league as pushing out the pile and giving him space. And Walker's going to get space. And they're going to throw the ball to Walker. And they have Njigba. They've got weapons like that. Even though Njigba didn't look good last week, I don't expect back-to-back weeks where Njigba doesn't have 100 all-purpose yards in this game. I would expect a lot of trickery in McDonald. Why? Because nobody expects it. And the Rams, Sean McVay is the king of doing so many trick plays, especially in the big game. I'd seen him do it in the Super Bowl, and I expect him to do it in this game. And again, I think the advantage goes to the Seahawks in many different ways. One, I love their secondary. This is as good as secondary as any team in football right now. They've got weapons all over their secondary. And their corner play is as good as anybody's too. And to me, Witherspoon is one of the more underrated corners in all of football. And to me, the opportunities they have, Job, or am I right how I pronounce his name?
Yeah, Josh Job. Yep.
Josh Job, he's a young player, has looked very, very good over the last couple of weeks. They've got so many ways they can beat you in their secondary. Their safety play is as good as any team in football. And McDonald, the way he schemes against your strengths, he's as good as anybody. Go look at John Harbaugh's record since McDonald left. McDonald's been over there in Seattle for how many years, Speedy? 2 years. 2 years. How bad has the Ravens defense got since McDonald has left?
They were terrible this year, and they were good but not great the year before.
They were in the teens the year before. They were in the teens. I think they were ranked like 12 or 13.
Yeah, they were a good run defense, but their pass defense was bad.
They weren't as dominant as they've been. And that's why McDonald was hired by Seattle. And that's why I believe McDonald is coach of the year. It's really the way he developed, and I'll say this again, developed this secondary. This secondary was good. And I'm not saying it was bad under the last regime. And Pete Carroll's a great defensive mind and everything like that, but he's old. And he likes to play up, and he likes to drive the defense, the front 7 up, and like to put pressure on the quarterback. This guy, he likes to do both. But what he does so very good is he uses blitz packages in very unique ways. He brings up the safeties. He pushes back. There's so many things that this guy does so very well and outsmarts a lot of great offensive-minded coaches in this league. Go look at the coaches he's beaten this year.
Do you think they'll stack the box in blitz packages and stack the box?
They're going to play man. They're going to play man. I think they believe they can keep Puka Nacua at bay. If they can keep Puka Nacua at 100 yards.
One-on-one with Puka?
100%. They're going to do it.
Whoa.
You're going to see them do that in this game. They're going to use a lot of man in this game. I think they're going to use some blitz packages with the safety. I think he believes and he trusts his secondary that they can do that. Again, Matthew Stafford is, to me, the MVP of the league, and he has been as good as any quarterback in all of football. But when you put pressure on Matthew Stafford, and we've seen it, and it's cold. It's going to be cold over there in Seattle. It's going to be rainy, maybe even snowy. It's one of the hardest places to play because of the 12th man. I'm going to tell you this right now.
He also played in Detroit. Cold doesn't scare him.
I'm going to tell you this right now. He is a California kid. He is a
but he spent most of his career in Detroit.
That's fine. First of all, Detroit, they play inside. They're inside. They play in an igloo. All right? They don't play outside. So that's one. Number two, if you look at the back end and the background of what we've seen when he plays in cold weather, go look at his statistics in under, I think they said under 30-degree weather. Matthew Stafford's numbers are not elite. He doesn't play well in the cold.
Well, he even said that in his interview afterwards. Is like, I didn't play well, but we found a way to win. Like he's a winner. Like he finds ways to win. And I think when you get to that point, I think that plays a part in what he is and how he can translate that to everybody else. He doesn't have to be the best version of Matthew Stafford. He just has to facilitate everything else to be and win at that version.
Here's what I'm going to tell you they're going to do. They're going to use a lot of Ferguson. They're going to use a lot of tight ends in this game because over the last couple of weeks, Seattle's had problems stopping tight ends. And I think you're going to see more of Blake Corum in this game than you are of Williams. Williams has been very, very good in the playoffs. I think Corum, he's more of a smash mouth type of running back. I think they're going to use him in a lot of different packages in this game. I think they're going to try to throw the Seattle Seahawks off in their front seven and put them in situations where they're going to expose some of the weaknesses of Seattle's defense in the front seven. They have weaknesses. Every team has a weakness. And Sean McVay has studied their weaknesses over the last couple of years. As a matter of fact, 2 years he's played against McDonald. He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. Both games were very, very close. But here's the problem. Seattle has Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's never been in this position before. There's a lot of pressure on Sam. And Sam is not 100% healthy. So, I mean, that is to me a very, very interesting thought when you think about Sam Darnold versus a guy like Matthew Stafford. Now, that doesn't mean Sam Darnold can't throw 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and be elite in this game. He absolutely could. I worry about Sam because when Sam gets thrown off and he is not confident in the pocket, he does stupid things outside of the pocket. I'm a Jet fan. I've watched Sam Darnold. I watched him play in Carolina. I watched him play in Minnesota. I watched him play in his career. I love Sam. I never wanted the Jets to trade him for a second round and a 4th round draft pick. I love him that much. I thought the Jets could absolutely win with Sam Darnold. And now you're getting a chance to see if Seattle wins this week. I think it's a shoo-in that they're probably going to win the Super Bowl. Whoever wins this game, it's going to be very, very hard for the Patriots and very, very hard for the Broncos to beat these two teams because one team is one of the elite defenses in all of football, and the other one is one of the elite offenses in football. And I know you're going to say, well, the Patriots are pretty good defensively, and they're not bad offensively because I think they're 5th ranked in offense. They've not played against talented teams like this all season long. And Drake Maye, go look at his statistics against the best in the AFC this year so far in the playoffs. They haven't been good, ladies and gentlemen. They haven't. So I'm telling you right now, I think the experience and the back end of Matthew Stafford winning a Super Bowl and being the MVP of the league and all the confidence goes to them. But I think everything else goes to Seattle and McDonald. I trust McDonald in a big, important part of a game than I do with Sean McVay. Sean McVay does stupid things. He calls these stupid plays, and he puts himself in harm's way. And he got very, very lucky. Very, very lucky that Curl bailed them out because Curl was the one that intercepted that ball. If Caleb Williams completed that pass, the game's over. Chicago wins. And Matthew Stafford, I don't know if anybody remembers what his face was when they kicked off the ball. Matthew Stafford thought they were going to lose the game. So, and I do believe that this game is not going to be as close if these guys do not play at their strengths and beat the other team's weaknesses.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the Seahawks are going to be tested for a higher passing volume this week. I know Walker did very well against the Rams in the second meeting that they played when Seattle won that thriller on Thursday Night Football. But with Darnold, I think the matchup has to be to attack those corners that have been outside of Kobe Durant, kind of like trying to patch things together. The Rams secondary the last month of the season did struggle. And even against the Panthers, they struggled a bit in that playoff game. So if they can get any level of a second receiver, because the Rams and Chris Shula are going to game plan for Najigba, if they can get any level of that and Darnold can recognize those reads right away, that is going to be a big X factor because they're going to need some kind of second option or AJ Barner.
Speedy, are they going to try and push it to the second level and like try to get extended?
Well, he's going to have to pick his reads. Obviously, they're not going to force feed 1 second receiver. I'm not saying force feed Shaheed or force feed Torrey Horton or any of those guys. That Darnold, if he does that, he's going to get uncomfortable because those are the mistakes he was making before he went to San Francisco, really, with all these other teams, with the Jets, with the Panthers, and where he really struggled. So he can't be that either. But if he can do that and get somebody else involved against some Rams, Errol was talking about it, new corners, essentially. They traded for Roger McCreary at the deadline. They got Emmanuel Forbes off of waivers, and a lot of the guys, besides their defensive line, are all patchwork new things. Now, Seattle's defense is like that too, to an extent. They bring in Uchenna Nwosu last year, DeMarcus Lawrence. They signed after the Cowboys after he had a really bad stint at the end of his career with Dallas. But at the same time, like, they still have more of the raw talent on the defensive side, whereas the Rams, I think, are more of a coaching game plan type defense. And if Darnold gets in his own way, that could be the problem. And this is where it gets interesting because Clint Kubiak, who was with him in San Francisco, owned the Rams for a while when he was there. But at the same time, he also struggled with the Vikings against the Rams in the playoffs last year badly. So it's going to be interesting to see which end of it they get there. The tight ends, I agree with you, Errol, are big because they have a rotation of Ferguson, Colby Parkinson's another one too, and Higbee. All three of those guys have had their roles. If they can get one of those in a mismatch against one of those younger safeties for the Seahawks, that could be an interesting one too, because Devontae Adams is not 100% healthy either. I think they're going to have a hard time running the ball against that Seattle front, very good inside, with 2 inside runners with Corum and Kyron Williams.
This is, to me, the matchup of, is Darnold the guy that lost his job 1 year because he couldn't beat Sean McVay when he was with Minnesota? I think that's why he wasn't brought back to Minnesota. I think Minnesota really regrets that now after see what they did. But McVay may have his number. The first matchup, he threw 4 picks this year in Week 11 against the Rams in the game they lost. Second game was Week 16, big comeback win. He had 2 touchdowns, 270 yards, wasn't particularly efficient. I think McVay knows how to mess Darnold up. And I don't think it's just, Jabba, you're saying, is he going to press him? Is he going to go man? Is he going to go one-on-one? I don't think it's any of that, and I think it's all of that. I think the way to beat Sam Darnold is to keep him thinking, right? You got to throw everything at these guys. It's got to be a different type of zone. It's got to look like man, but it's zone. It's got to look like zone, but it's man. It looks like a blitz is coming from the right, but it's coming from the left. It's going to have to be. I assume it's going to be something like that because he's the only guy that really Darnold's shown he hasn't solved, I think, since he's been a starter. And if he can figure it out, they go to the Super Bowl. It's as simple as that. And if not, I think the Rams have a really simple game plan to beat them. Make them turn the ball over and then run the ball down their throats because they're really good defensively. But if you just get the field position game and you play one of those low-scoring games, you could win it. I don't think they're a better team than Seattle. I don't. I think Seattle's a much better team, but can Darnold overcome this?
It's going to be very, very loud. Matthew Stafford has had problems with his headset in his helmet over the last couple of weeks. It's probably one of the loudest places.
Well, and Stafford too, he's even said, literally, we've seen it on TV where he's like, Sean, I got this. Stop being in my ear. I got this. I can translate it. And we all know McVay's play calls are tremendously crazy.
Hey, look, if DJ Moore runs his route on that last play of the game before it gets picked off,
yes,
we may be talking about the Bears in this spot. Very simply,
I said the same thing. Honestly, Curl bailed him out.
It was DJ Moore choking. DJ Moore stopped his route. It's supposed to be a corner route.
Well, and he stopped it too. And like in the keys for quarterbacks, and I texted Eli Manning about this. It's like keys when we go through progressions, like he never turned his head to like get the ball or put his hand up. Like they look for certain things. He stopped his route and then he turned late. And it's like, well, I'm going to try and get it to you. Like, so, I mean, I get that there's parts of each of this process that you go through. And obviously I've never played quarterback, but talking to somebody that's done it at a high level, it's like, these are keys we go off of too, off of our reads, but also too, my receiver has to read it as well. And so he gives me those cues, and you see that as a coach, Fish. It's like, okay, you missed it. Like he was there, his hand was up, or he turned his head early. Like, and you know that. And he stopped his route.
I think it's exciting for Bears fans. You know, they lost on that. I think they're going to come back a lot better. I think
so?
the Rams are. I think they're going to retool.
This reminds me just like Mike Nagy. Remember that? Matt Nagy for his first year. Matt Nagy in Chicago, Mitchell Trubisky, they had an unbelievable season. They lost in the wild card game because it was just a mistake that was made by the Chicago Bears, which cost them the game. And they went a little further. They went to the divisional game and they lost. Not necessarily because they won and they almost won that game that, hey, they're going to be better next year. We've seen Caleb Williams digress sometimes. I'm not saying that Caleb Williams will regress. I'm saying that there is an opportunity for Caleb Williams to go into the offseason and figure out what he is as a quarterback and figure that out. It's something that he hasn't done over the last couple of years, even as a college player. So I love Caleb Williams, and I trust that Caleb Williams will figure it out, but not necessarily, Fish. When you say, oh, next year they're going to make a bigger run, teams don't make the playoffs. Look at the Jets.
Yeah, you might be right. I just think that's clearly a team that showed, they may be better. They were better than anyone thought they were going to be this year. And they're for real going forwards. They absolutely be taken seriously.
I wanted to mention that the Ravens made an announcement today that they landed and hired Jesse Minter. And I think this guy was one of the best young coaches available this offseason. Defensive coordinator for the Chargers, spectacular play caller. And I think he fits everything what the Ravens like to do, especially defensively. He's young. He has a unique personality. I know there was something that came out recently over the last couple of hours, and somebody asked him, what do you think about working with Lamar? He says, this isn't about Lamar. This is about the team. I don't know if that's going to piss Lamar off, but I'm sure it doesn't make Lamar happy that this young guy is going to come in and he's going to be the one calling the shots. This is why he didn't want John Harbaugh coming back, because he thought John Harbaugh was too pushy on the way he wanted him to show up to practices and do the things that he wanted him to do. So I think that's very interesting to hear Jesse Minter say that. But again, Jesse Minter understands the game of football. He's been working with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is one of the more unique personalities, especially coaches and people to look up to, and a successful coach too. And he was successful over there with the Chargers. Minter in 2 years has really drawn up some of the great defenses we have seen in the last couple of years. So this is a guy that's going to fix the Ravens defense, the Ravens, which they've been so strong at over the years. And if you look at their pasts, when they were succeeding, they had defensive coordinators as their head coaches. Just think about it. So I think this is a great hire for the Ravens. I think it's a slam dunk. It's going to take time. The Ravens are going to have to rebuild. I will say that. I don't know who their number one is. They don't have a number one wide receiver. Flowers is a number two. He's probably one of the best number twos in the league, but he disappears in games. They don't have a number one. And every time they draft a first round wide receiver, they don't amount to anything, or they don't amount to the guy that they believe he was going to be. So I think that's going to be a problem. Is Minter going to be able to figure that one out? I don't know. He's going to have to bring a good offensive coordinator with him and a guy that he could trust on the defensive end. But I think this guy is a fantastic hire, Slam dunk, Speedy.
Yeah, it's a game planning type defense I talked about with the Rams. You kind of get that same kind of thing with the Chargers. I think the Chargers, remember, he inherited a defense that was the worst pass defense in NFL history the previous year in 2023. Now, granted, obviously, Harbaugh drafted some new players, which helps too. But still, this is a game planning type defense that I think the Ravens have needed. Like, they've tried to strive on their talent. And once their talent either got old or just not good in key positions, like edge rusher, like corner, that they've had trouble developing outside of Marlon Humphrey in recent years, they need somebody that can game plan like this. Look at the Chargers secondary from 23 to 24, and look at the edge rushing outside of Khalil Mack. Like, they didn't really have a household name, but they get pressure on the quarterback, and they need that kind of thing with the Ravens at key positions. So I definitely like this hire too. There's a reason he was probably the highest touted defensive coordinator on as a head coach. And the Ravens, I mean, they've only had defensive head coaches in their franchise history, and they get another one here that's a very good hire.
National champion with Michigan, right? He was with Harbaugh at Michigan. Harbaugh brings him with him to the NFL, tells you everything you need to know about him, and then how they've performed. I think Speedy, you mentioned they were pretty bad secondary, and Derwin James, when he came into the league, was looked at as this great player, and then for a couple of years there, he just disappeared. Yeah. Well, with Jesse Minter, he's one of the best safeties in football once again. And I think it's just a testament. You see this guy knows how to coach football, and he knows how to get guys to play better. Lamar might not like it. I agree. It's the same type of coach as Harbaugh. He was there for 4 years as a defensive assistant from 2017 to 2020 with the Ravens. So it's not that he's unfamiliar with Lamar or the program. So I think he already knows a little bit about, how Lamar is and his temperament, whether or not I guess he assumes he can handle it. And we'll find out. But I agree, Speedy. I think he was, and Errol, by far the best defensive young coach out on the market, probably for the last 2 or 3 years.
After the Knicks got blown out 114-97 by the Mavericks on Monday, and after being booed off the court at MSG, trailing at halftime by 30, Jalen Brunson called a players-only meeting. Since winning the NBA Cup, the Knicks had a 2-9 record, including a 4-game losing streak before the meeting. Brunson spoke about caring enough to do what they have had to do to be successful, while Josh Hart, said the team needed to do some soul searching, but also said that the national media was overblowing the Knicks slump and the players only meeting, because they do that a lot, by the way. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne mentioned that the players are not looking to Mike Brown to fix their problems and are taking responsibility of their woes. But there are some questions on their chemistry and performance issues, notably the one and only Karl Anthony Towns. Inconsistent play during the stretch has been a glaring issue, which the team defense has suffered. The Knicks got back on track on Wednesday night, thrashing the Nets by 54 points, but questions remain about the team's ability to go toe-to-toe with the best in the league as currently constructed. Despite the struggles, the Knicks are still the number 3 seed in the East with a 26-18 record, but are now 7 games back of the Pistons for the number 1 seed and 2 games behind. Only 2 games ahead of the Magic, who are the first play-in team and as the number 7 seed. I want to say something about this because people forget about the Celtics, who are the number 2 seed. And the Celtics have had an unbelievable season, missing Jason Tatum, they traded Kristaps Porzingis. They moved a lot of players in the offseason. They have White and they have Jaylen Brown, and they've been unbelievable. So I know when you're writing these monologues and you're looking at it, people forget. I don't care about the Orlando Magic. The Orlando Magic don't scare me. And if you're a Knicks fan out there and you're afraid of the Orlando Magic, shame on you. The Orlando Magic has as many weaknesses right now as a 4th seed than any team in the Eastern Conference. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the 2 teams ahead of them. And I'm not worried about Detroit, because Detroit is going to run away with this division. They're running away. They're running away with the conference. They're going to be the Eastern Conference champions. Deal with it. The Knicks are not catching them. Cunningham is one of the best point guards in the NBA. I've said it. Everybody asks me, why do I have Cunningham? Even some people believe that he's better than, a guy over there in OKC. I know everybody's going to sit here and they're going to say, you're a Knicks fan, so you're going to try to find a way out of this. There is no way out of this right now. Why did Josh Hart go to the Jimmy Fallon show when the Knicks were playing this bad? I know he was invited to the Jimmy Fallon show, and I love you, Josh. Why did you go? You're not playing good basketball. You should not be out there prancing and dancing over there with Jimmy Fallon. I know you love your Mike and Ikes, and that's fine. That's great. And you like to make jokes, and you're obviously have one of the best basketball podcasts out there. I love everything about what you do. You're one of my favorite players in the league. But when your team is playing like this, you should not be going over there and talking about it and bringing it out in front of, the fans. New York is a basketball place. As big as hockey, baseball, and football is, it is a basketball place. And again, when the Knicks are playing this bad after winning the cup, I have a cup hat. It took me like four weeks to get it, but I got a cup hat. It might be the only hat I'll ever actually strut or show off, because I don't know if the Knicks will ever win a championship. And I'm going to tell you this, Karl Anthony Towns better wake the F up. He better wake up. Because he's going to lose his job because there's a guy over there in Milwaukee that wants to be there. And the Knicks will move him. The Knicks have pieces to get Giannis. And there's a lot of other guys that would love to come and play in New York right now, the way it's constructed. I know everybody's going to sit here and make excuses. I know a lot of Knicks fans on social media is going to make excuses for this team. I'm not. Jalen Brunson needs to play better. Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson, McBride, Kolick, Karl Anthony Towns, Bridges, OG Anunoby, all you guys need to play better. Better team basketball, better team defense. Stop letting Karl Anthony Towns chuck up 80-foot jumpers. Why is he chucking up 80-foot jumpers? This team isn't good enough to make the mistakes. You saw what happened against Indiana last year. And look, they have a free ride this year. They don't have to deal with Halliburton. They don't have to deal with Jason Tatum and the Celtics. If they're matched up against the Celtics, who do you think has the advantage? The Knicks do. Why are the Celtics ahead of the New York Knicks right now? You know why? Because they play team defense. The Knicks don't. The Knicks never play team defense. And that's the problem. And Mike Brown came here pushing this offense, wanting to make this offense faster, which he has. And he uses his roster very, very well. But guess what? When these guys are soft and they're not playing good basketball, and you can see that the rotation is not working out, Mike Brown's reaching. He's trying to find somebody that's going to get hot. And when they get cold, the Knicks, they're all cold. Nobody's hot. And I don't want to see isolation basketball with Jalen Brunson. I want to see more ball movement. I want to see that triangle offense. That's what I want to see. Mike Brown comes from the Spurs. He comes from the Golden State Warriors. Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr. He comes from that old style of game with a little new style. Why isn't Mike Brown pushing the envelope? And I don't want to hear from the players saying, oh, we're not blaming it. We don't want to get Mike Brown involved with this. Why not? Mike Brown has everything to be blamed for this. He's the coach. He's calling the plays. You're not. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing losing against the Mavericks. I'm sorry, you're better than the Mavericks. Cooper Flagg's a great player. He's their only player. They're not playing. I mean, seriously. Kyrie Irving's not playing right now. This is pathetic. It's pathetic basketball. And I don't want to hear it from anybody saying that this team is championship bound. They're not championship bound. This team is not. If this is going to be constructed the way they are, and I love Leon Rose, trade all of them. Get rid of all of them. I don't want to hear it. And why is Jalen Brunson's father a part of this coaching staff? Why is he a part of this coaching staff when we heard before the season started that he wasn't going to be a part of this coaching staff? What made these changes happen? Jalen Brunson? Josh Hart? Who knows? Is Mike Brown really in control of this team? That's the question. Is he really calling the shots? Because if he is, I would question a lot of things that's going on. And these team meetings, they've been always having team meetings. Last year in the playoffs, they had a team meeting against Indiana.
They're the stupidest things ever, by the way.
I'm sorry?
The stupidest things ever. Like, I played with a lot of great people, and I would consider Jalen Brunson being a great player. But they don't, like, nobody gives a shit, honestly. Like, why are we having a players-only meeting? Like, why? Like, we know where we're at. Like, our job is to patrol ourselves. Like, we don't need to sit here and have a kumbaya and do all that. Miguel Cabrera literally is like, these are the dumbest things ever. Like, why? Like, this gets nothing accomplished because you don't get it. Like, we accomplish stuff between ourselves. Like, we don't need to just have, like, a meeting by ourselves. But you're 100% right, too, with Jalen Brunson's calling the shots because obviously his dad's now involved. And you guys see it more close than I do. But, I mean, it's just these are dumb. Like
Jabba. OG Anunoby, too, man. OG Anunoby. He is the highest paid player. Him and Karl Anthony Towns, because they made the trade for Karl. Karl's making over 50. And OG Anunoby's making 45, I think, 45 million. OG Anunoby got a lot of money. They paid him a lot of money for him to be a Kawhi Leonard type of player. And he's hot and cold. He can hit a shot. He misses a shot. He hits a shot. Then he misses 3 shots. He's not consistent. He's inconsistent. There's too much inconsistency with this basketball team. And you cannot win an NBA championship like this. Go look at all the great teams. Go look at the Western Conference right now. The Nuggets. The Nuggets are playing great basketball. OKC's playing good basketball. The Houston Rockets are playing good basketball. Is it a coinky-dink? No, it's not. You know why? They play great team defense, and the Knicks don't. They got 3 or 4 good defensive players, and the rest of them don't play any. Not a stick of it. Not a lick of it. Not any of it. It's embarrassing. And you do it on your own basketball floor at MSG. It's embarrassing. And I don't want to hear about the fans booing. Who cares what the fans say? I don't give a crap what the fans say. I don't care what the media says. I care about what everybody in the locker room has to say. What was said in that locker room? And I don't want to see Josh Hart go out there in the public eye with Jimmy Fallon after the fact that they had this players conversation, this players meeting. And him saying, well, we're right now in a slump, but we'll get out of it. We're having a great season. Really? You're having a great season? Great season. The Eastern Conference sucks, Josh. It sucks. There's nobody good. The best teams are right at the top. Detroit, the Celtics, and you. And don't give me the Orlando Magic. I don't want to hear about Orlando. Until Orlando does it, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. They don't have enough secondary offense to do anything in the playoffs in a 7-game series against an elite team. They might get out of a wire, like in the first round, but when they're matched up against one of these teams, good luck. Or I'm not betting on Orlando. I know Goody does, but I'm not going to bet on him. Speedy, am I wrong about this?
Yeah, it's one of those weird circumstances with the Knicks where everyone is slumping on the secondary offense all at once. And then when you combine that with just not having good team defense and transition defense, these are the same problems that you ran into last year towards the end of the season. And obviously last year was a difference of, okay, these guys are getting hurt or these guys are getting worn down because of the playing time, because of Tom Thibodeau, the way he coaches. 4 out of the 6 players were leading the NBA in minutes played per game. It's not that same circumstance this year. Now you have a case of 3 guys, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Karl Anthony Towns all get randomly cold at once. And all of a sudden you have a losing streak against some teams that are pretty bad too. And like you said, some of them are at home. Atlanta is a team in transition right now that just traded Trae Young. They lose to them by 12. The Suns, they're better than expected, but they're still nothing special. They just lost to the Kings. Like, they lost to the Clippers. So the Clippers team that's in a betting scandal or a money laundering scandal or whatever. Like, they're no good. And they barely survive teams like the Pelicans. That might be the worst team in the NBA.
I want to say something too. For all the Knicks fans that are having excitement after them pulverizing the Brooklyn Nets, the biggest win total the Knicks have ever had in their history since they've been in the league. Stop it. This is the Brooklyn Nets. They're trying to lose. They're trying to get the number 1 pick.
Right.
Are you really bragging about knocking off the Brooklyn Nets? Are you Knicks fans really excited about this? Come on, guys. I am so fed up with hearing Knicks fans tell me, oh, next year we got it. 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 How about this year we got it? How about if you don't find it, we're going to find somebody that has it. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If this team doesn't wake up, there is going to be trades. There is going to be movement. Karl Anthony Towns. I've heard Portland reaching out to the Knicks about Karl Anthony Towns. I've heard Orlando reaching out to the Knicks about Karl Anthony Towns. There are a couple of teams interested in Karl Anthony Towns because they already know that the Knicks are probably going to shop him because he doesn't fit with this rotation. He never liked Mike Brown. He never liked the hire. He didn't like Tom Thibodeau. We all know he didn't like Tom Thibodeau because he didn't want to be over there with the Timberwolves anymore. So he had to deal with Tom Thibodeau because he was Leon Rose's client. That's why he came here. To me, the Knicks got lucky getting him. But even that, look what the Timberwolves are doing with the trade. Julius Randle's been pretty damn good over there. I mean, seriously. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from these guys. I don't want to hear of making excuses. There's no excuses to this team anymore. It's none. Jalen Brunson, put up or shut up. Josh Hart, keep everything inside the locker room. I don't want to see you go on any of these shows anymore. You want to talk about it on your podcast? Do it on your podcast. I don't want to hear it on the Jimmy Fallon show. I don't want to hear about Mike and Ike's. I don't want to hear about this runway show that you're in. I don't want to. I care about wins. I care about a championship that this team has been dreaming about since 1973.
Yeah, it's very, very well put because you're looking at a case of maybe they don't even know how to handle it yet. And this is a core that isn't inexperienced either. Now, yeah, they're new pieces. Towns was 1 year. OG Trade was another year. I get that. But it's not like it's a core that's just rising now either. And it's not like it's a core that does not have veteran leadership. Like, Jalen Brunson's still young, but he's come off as a good veteran leader. We've seen Mikal Bridges at times be a good veteran leader, but at the same time, like, you can't let these egos clash where it affects your performance on the basketball court for a team, like you said, in an Eastern Conference that is wide open because there's really one dominant team right now. The Celtics are overperforming. Good. You give them credit. Joe Mazzulla is actually coaching for once in his career, and Cleveland's been better now, but there's really no forces in the East, and yet you're just lollygagging pretty much on a whole West Coast road trip. You're playing, even though some of the wins they've had were all close, and they just can't beat good teams if you're going to do stuff like that.
You know what the Knicks are? You know what they remind me of? They remind me of an orange. You got to peel them right to actually get the juicy part to the middle. You know what I mean? When you open up an orange, if it has green on it, it's probably not going to be juicy. It's usually those nice, orangey and hard kind of oranges are the ones that have that juicy taste when you peel them off.
I don't think I would ever thought you had referred to a reference from the Knicks to peeling an orange.
That's who they are. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to get out of the New York Knicks. Are they going to show up in a game, or am I peeling and I'm not going to get the juice from them? That's the problem with them. They're flat. There are games that they look so damn flat. It's boring, and they try to pick up the pace, and then you see Mike Brown sitting on the sidelines calling timeouts, and he's trying to figure out what rotation I'm going to put in. This guy can't hit a shot. That guy can't hit a shot. That guy can't hit a shot. That guy can't hit a layup. I mean, how many times have I seen Mitchell Robinson miss a friggin' layup? I mean, come on. You're a professional basketball player. You're playing in MSG, and you're going to tell me that this is the best you have? This is the best you're going to put. You put up or shut up. That's what basketball in MSG is all about. And the New York Knicks, let's be honest, it's all been shut up because the Knicks haven't been good in years. They finally have a good basketball team. It was put together by Leon Rose. He's the mastermind. And I'm going to tell you this right now. As much as I have so much respect for Leon Rose, this team playing the way it is, I'm making calls right now. I'm making calls right now. You want Karl Anthony Towns? What are you offering me? You want OG Anunoby? What are you offering me? You want Mikal Bridges? What are you offering me? I'm getting rid of the whole kit and caboodle if they're not going to show up and play hard. That's it.
Look, Errol, it's a slightly different problem than last year. The same type of crap defense, but I think the problem is, Tibbs played 7-8 guys tops, right? They're playing 13 guys right now. They had a bunch of guys get hurt and come back. Now they don't really know their roles. There's not enough minutes to give out. Jordan Clarkson's not even in the rotation anymore. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I know.
He fell out. It's been 2 games now. He hasn't played. He played like 2 minutes a couple of games ago.
Shot.
Well, it's not only he can't hit a shot, he can't play defense. And if he's not hitting a shot, then there's no reason to play him. So if his shot's off, but how does he then get his shot to get back on if he's not getting any games, right?
Free throw.
So the point I'm bringing that up is now you have guys that have shown they've played minutes in the league, in the NBA, put them together in a package, trade them, upgrade. I don't know if Towns can play defense the way that it seems to be. Tibbs, certainly not the way Tibbs wanted. And I don't know if Mike Brown, Mike Brown seems to want them to play a different style of defense that requires them to hustle a little bit more than they're used to. Like he wants everyone to be Josh Hart, out there. And Josh Hart's been hurt, so he hasn't even been Josh Hart in the way that he's been used to being. So I don't know if they've bought in to what Brown wants them to do, or more importantly, have the right guys to do it. And if Towns isn't the guy, he's got to go.
I think they've bought in earlier in the season, and then they got lackadaisical, and they seem like after they won the cup, this is going to be a smooth sailing season. We're going to the playoffs. We're winning the NBA title. We're the best. And let's be honest, the New York Knicks have never had a smooth sailing season. I'm sorry. Every season they go into these runs where they lose like 8 out of their next 10 games, and you're like, what where does this team come from? I mean, seriously, I'm embarrassed sometimes watching this team. When you lose against the Sacramento Kings, okay? When you lose against a team like that, it's embarrassing because they're looking to move pieces. They're looking to rebuild. They're looking for that number 1 pick, and you lose against them by almost double digits. I think you did lose against double digits. 11. Yeah, so, I mean, it's embarrassing. And there's no excuse to it. And Jalen Brunson's got this isolation game with Jalen Brunson. It's got to stop. It has to. There has to be. I mean, when the Knicks were efficient against Indiana in that series in the playoffs last year, they were moving the ball around the perimeter. The ball never stopped. They were shooting shots. OG got a touch. Mikal Bridges got a touch. Jalen Brunson got a touch. Karl Anthony Towns got a touch. When they were playing that kind of basketball, feeding the guy that was hot, they were playing great basketball. Nobody's hot. They're all horrible, and they're all trying to reach. They're trying to reach into Santa's little bag and find out if they're going to get the right present, okay? And it's probably going to be cold the way the Knicks play, all right? I'm tired of watching it. I'm tired of it. There's no excuse. And if I was Leon Rose and I was the GM of this team right now, I'm right now making phone calls. I'm getting rid of the problems right now in my locker room, and we all know who they are. We all know who they are. It's not a surprise right now what's going on with the Knicks. This always happens to the Knicks about the same time before the All-Star game. Same time. Then the Knicks get hot. They get hot. They're playing. They're dancing and prancing. And then the last 2 weeks of the season, they suck. And then they go into the playoffs. They play okay. They play okay. And then the second round, they get eliminated. This has been the Knicks the last couple of years, except last year when they went to the Eastern Conference Finals. And they played like crap against the Indiana Pacers. Absolutely horrible. After that dagger with Halliburton and MSG, that was the dagger. That series was over after he hit that unbelievable lucky three-pointer, which sent it to overtime.
Not to mention they blew a 15-point lead.
It wasn't a 3, I'm sorry. It was a 2 because he stepped on a line. It should have been a 3. And, he tried to make it a 3 or tried to disguise it in every kind of way, but embarrassing. And the New York Knicks, if you're a Knicks fan, you can't honestly tell me that this is something that you're proud of and you're okay with, honestly, because I'm not. Anyways, we got Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What? I am excited.
This is Inside Baseball.
Okay, boys, here it is. Inside Baseball. Get the music going, Tommy.
Let's
there
go.
It is. There's been a whole bunch of baseball news. We're going to get it started with the big one. The Mets obviously had to make a big splash move. They did it, and they traded a bunch of prospects that are notable for Brewers all-star pitcher Freddie Peralta. Yes, he was the big name that was on the market this winter. He goes for top pitching prospect in Sproat. And I forget, Speedy, what was the second guy? And Jet Williams. All right, and an infielder that's a highly touted infielder. It's a pretty big haul considering Peralta's only under contract, Errol, for this season.
Here's the thing. It's a great move for the Mets. It is. It's a great move. They get their number one guy. They have McClain. They got a great 1-2 punch. You gave up 2 top prospects for a rent-a player. 2 top prospects for a rent-a player. Speedy, is the internet down? No. Oh, okay, because somebody popped out. I'm sorry, I popped out. They picked him for a rent. They made a trade for a rent-a player. And now a lot of Met fans sitting here today are probably saying, oh, we have a chance to win a World Series. We added one of the best hitters in baseball in Bo Bichette, but he's playing third base. Oh, we added an outfielder out there finally that can catch the ball, but he can't hit. He hasn't hit since 2023. I mean, honestly, I am not going to bet on Peralta signing back with the Mets. One reason why. Next year it could be a strike. And then the Mets are interested in Skubal. So if they give Peralta the money before the season's end, there's no way they're going to pay Tarek Skubal after the strike. There's no way. He's going to want $400 million. So that's not happening when the Mets and the Dodgers are almost at, well, the Dodgers are over $500 million. The Mets are right there. It's not going to happen. So all you Mets fans that were dreaming a dream about Tarek Skubal, you can take that dream and blow it away because it's not happening. I like Peralta. We'll see how he does in New York. We've seen pitchers not work out in New York. I can name a couple of them. But it's a good move as of right now on paper. You did give up 2 top prospects that, Milwaukee, they know how to draft and they know how to trade and they know how to pick guys off of other teams, just like the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, they were waiting on the Mets offer because of the Mets were going to give them the most. And again, I think maybe they added a little more incentive to get somebody like Jet Williams, who probably could come up this year and make an instant impact for the Brewers, and Sproat, who, again, maybe doesn't have the upside that Tong and McClain have, but is still a good prospect. But they do have to sign him. I would sign him now. Like, you can't take the chance that, okay, just because maybe Skubal is going to be available.
Speedy, you sign him. You get Skubal?
They might not get him anyway. I'm not going to take the chance on losing one pitcher just because you might still get
Every
Skubal.
Met fan knew they were going, if they didn't get Tucker this year, they were going all in Tarek Skubal. And now, all of a sudden, the week of Stearns. That's my story, ladies and gentlemen. Go check it out on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. It's a great article. I attacked every single thing David Stearns did because he was reaching on every single one of these moves. Peralta's the best one, but you took a rental player for 2 of your best prospects.
Yeah, and we saw pitchers that have been making these types of trades in the past get signed right away. The Red Sox did it with Crochet. They signed him 6 years, $160 right away. The Dodgers did it with both of their guys that they got. The Mets need to do that kind of thing. And yeah, maybe you still get Skubal. Maybe you still get somebody big next season. But
maybe Peralta doesn't want to do that.
I hope if you're going to trade those types of level of prospect that you're going to do that. But again, you don't know with the Mets with the way they're operating. But they still have to trust that kind of process in the same way. He's 28. He's still young enough. Since he came back from that Tommy John surgery 4 years ago, he's been healthy. He's a top 20, probably top 15 pitcher. But he's not
a top 10. And he's going to get paid like a top 10 pitcher.
I still think you need to seal it if you're going to trade that much in order to do it. If they don't, it's going to be a big mistake. That'll backfire on Stearns. If they do, they get a top 15 pitcher. It's something they've needed for a while to help out these young guys and not put as much pressure on them.
I look at the Stearns thing in the article that you wrote, and this might be the caveat to either he sinks or swims, because you give up the prospects. None of them obviously big league ready. None of them, like 2 of them, obviously big prospects, but none of them that were in the top 100 of MLB. So yeah, you're giving away a little bit of your farm system, but were they going to help you now? I don't think they were. And I think
for Williams, they have a lot of infielders.
Right. And so what I think when I say sink or swim, it's like Cone wants to win now. And I thought pitching was going to be one of those things, and you got a guy, and it can be a Rene year, but he's going to see what they're doing and what they've brought in. Did they touch on everything that they needed? Probably not, but he's going to see it. And is it just going to be a Rene player? It might be, but he also may be like, oh, well, we can do this, and my owner's going to do this. But I think if they don't do something this year, I think you have to look at Stearns and be like, hey, dog, see ya. Because you're making moves that haven't translated anything. Like, where I don't really know his rhyme or reason either. But obviously they made some moves. They gave some guys away. But really, when you look at it from the whole scheme of things, are they winning now, or are they setting themselves up to win? I don't know that answer. I don't know what
somewhere in between right now, and because they're young enough, but they still have a lot of pieces in the wrong place.
Well, I mean, I love Peralta as a fantasy guy. He's always one of those low whip guys with the low ERA, gets a bunch of strikeouts, about a strikeout an inning. He's a borderline ace, I think, Errol. I think we talked about it earlier today. I don't know if you want him to be your number one. I think you're hoping McLean becomes that number one on this roster. But, you know, the Mets didn't stop there. The Mets, before this big trade, made a little smaller trade for another notable name. I wouldn't necessarily he's a good player anymore, but they did trade for former White Sox outfielder Luis Robert. Now, Robert had 38 homers in 2023, but he's also been hurt a lot. His batting average has dipped below 200 on occasion. He has some speed, but isn't particularly using it at times. It's just one of those guys. He's a 5-tool player, Errol, and he's got all the talent in the world. He just hasn't put it together. So the Mets, they sent Luis Angel Acuna, Ronald Acuna's brother, off in this deal, and another pitcher in the minor leagues for Robert.
Luis is a good player. He was a good player in 2023. He's no longer a guy that can hit the ball in big leagues. He probably is going to hit between 220 and 210 with the Mets. If he can get on base and walk, if he has that kind of speed, maybe he can cause a little bit of havoc. He's a great defensive player. He's a good center fielder, which the Mets have been lacking for a while. But guess what? This is the way I looked at it, and this is the way I put it in my story. You traded a fan favorite, Brandon Nimmo, could actually hit, could actually defend. Maybe in the second half of the season was up and down, but still a really good player for a player that is less of a man than Nimmo is.
Nimmo was on the field. Nimmo played.
Yeah, I'm taking Nimmo over this guy. And then I listened to David Stearns in his interview recently, which it was yesterday. He was talking about it, and he says, oh, I love this move. This is one of the better moves I made this offseason. If you think this is one of your better moves, you need to be out. Because
it doesn't make sense to me, because if you're like trying to get your and Speedy, you can speak on this too more than I can because I'm not a Mets fan. But if you take one of your homegrown dudes that is liked and loved, lived in Long Island, I'm very biased because I know the Nimmo family and I played with his brother in college. But the dude did everything the right way. Like, he was a great clubhouse guy. He did it in, yeah, did he have peaks and valleys? That's the game of baseball. That's what it was. But was he productive? Did he do things that you didn't think he was probably going to do because you didn't really know? Yeah, he did. And that's why he got paid the money he got paid. And now you get rid of that. and you lose, like you're losing your clubhouse. And that's why I going back and forth in YouTube with Jam, and I don't know what Stern's thinking is. Like, you still have to have staples in the clubhouse. And now, okay, you got Frankie, but you got rid of Pete, you got rid of Nimmo, and now you're trying to bring all these pieces that I don't know. You don't have any, like McLean, yeah, we're gonna have that person, but like he's only done it for this amount of time. Nimmo did it forever.
The job but think about this. We were just talking about their field. Now they're bringing in old players from all different teams. They have nobody really on their roster besides their pitching staff that are really homegrown Mets, except maybe Alvarez. That's it. There's no homegrown Mets out in the field. None.
So, and that's where I don't know what Stern's thinking is. Like, you have to have staples. You have to. Every team that wins has staples. You talk about the DD and the deferred dog. They have Will Smith. Will Smith was there. That's their dude. You have to have something that has stability from where you come from. And that is my opinion. You can tell me to go fly a kite and I'm wrong, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. But you now get rid of that and try to create a different dynamic. I just don't know what his thinking is. Like, if you're running a player, Luis Robert, however you want to pronounce it, has had flashes of what he is. He's a freak of a human. Like, he is a gigantic human. But what are you creating? Like, I don't know the dynamic of what his vision is, because obviously I'm not in his pocket and I don't know that. But for me to be a successful organization, you got to have some capacity of understanding that you have to have some glue that works in the clubhouse, and you got rid of some glue with the Mets, and you're trying to add pieces. I don't get it.
Yeah, I've always said I like the Simeon Nimmo trade at the time, but if you're going to overload on all those infielders at that point, after that, then you could have probably saved Nimmo for a different trade, or if you really wanted to get rid of him, or just hang on to him. Yeah, you're going to get some losing out on defense and center field, but if you're going to trade McNeil, you're going to...
Let me ask you a question. Nimmo, if you had a choice between Nimmo and Robert, who do you
I'm taking Nimmo. Definitely taking Nimmo. Now,
I rest my case.
Now, Robert is an upgrade over their center fielder rotation they had last year with Tyrone Taylor and Cedric Mullins. He's a lot more powerful than that. Now, yeah, low batting average, fine.
The Yankees found Grissom. I mean, seriously, the Mets could have found somebody of that magnitude. Not this guy who can't hit a lick.
Yeah, again, the low batting average is going to come because they're going to have that kind of issue. Unless Carson Bench played center field this year and had an impact as a batting average guy, you weren't going to get that anyway. So Robert has more power than that. Now, again, this is not a case where I would sign the guy right away. He still has a lot to worry about. But the other factor with him is he was part of that White Sox. Errol and I talked about this years ago. One of those clubhouses that were broken with Tony La Russa, and they didn't listen to the rules and stuff like that. And Robert was one of them.
You're preaching to the choir, I know.
Yeah, I worry about that. Maybe a change of scenery helps, but I don't know what type of culture guy he is necessarily. So don't sign him right away. He's an offensive upgrade. You didn't have to trade much, fine. But yeah, I'd much rather have Nimmo, and just the process seemed flawed. It just seemed like a panic move, and David Stern overloading on infielders. The guy's out of place.
You know, in 2023, he played 145 games. That's the most he ever played in his career. He played 100 the last 2 seasons. Yeah. It's just an illogical move, guys. I don't know. I still don't think they have a first baseman on their roster. It's a very strange offseason for the Mets. But let's just pretend like it was great, because that's what a lot of people are doing in the media. Let's keep the pretending going. Errol, I know you're a fan of the deal. I'm a fan of the deal too. Yep. The Yankees finally re-signed Cody Bellinger to a 5-year deal worth $162.5 million with opt-outs after both year 2 and 3. It includes a $20 million signing bonus, which means basically, I guess all signing bonuses really mean for cap purposes, it's front-loaded contract. It'll decrease in value over time, meaning it's more likely he would want to opt out because there's less money later in the contract. So I guess they got all the sides got what they wanted. The Yankees may have done a little bidding against themselves here, but I don't think it was that bad of a deal, even if they had to pay a little extra.
No bidding. I think this was a great deal for the New York Yankees. They didn't go a 6-year. It was either 5-year or 6-year. Me and Joppa were talking about this off air. We talk about this on air. this is a great move. If you were to ask me right now, Bellinger's a better player than Tucker, all around better player than Tucker. Tucker got a huge contract for 4 years from the Dodgers, and Bellinger got less money, and he's a better player. He can play multiple positions. He's a great left-handed power hitter. He can do all those things. He was one of the best. He was one of the best to hit against lefties all season last year. And the Yankees have had a lack of that kind of offense, really, every single year since Joe Torre. So I like this move. Brian Cashman didn't break. He said he wanted 5 years, and he stuck at that. He stood at that, and he got him for 5 years. It was a slam dunk for Brian Cashman. I don't think they overpaid him. They gave a great player a lot of money. That's it. That's baseball.
Yeah, they stuck to his guns with knowing the way that Cody Bellinger splits in his career have been with, after he left the Dodgers, went to the Cubs too. And that's why I think a lot of people were skeptical to give him the 7-year deal that Bellinger was trying to push for. And they just did it with opt-outs, and said maybe Bellinger thinks he can get that in a second deal or get a combined value in a second deal. So he got what he wanted. And I think the Yankees got the deal that they needed to get, because they had to get him back to get that offensive production that is going to be there in that lineup again.
I literally said it all year. I go, sign this dude now. But what Errol and I talked about, and I talked about it on other podcasts and other stuff, I go, years are going to be the difference. That's going to be the thing that holds it up. And where we've talked about, and we've touched on it, and years and age come into factor now, because teams have been burnt with giving longer contracts to dudes that are older. And obviously, Kyle Tucker is younger than Cody Bellinger.
By 1 year.
Yeah, but that's a big difference. But where I think Cody, and I've said this numerous times, where his versatility that gets underrated a lot is defensively. But also, he's played in it, and he grew up with it. He knows what it is. And LA is different than New York, but it's two big markets, right? And so this, for me, was like, you should have done this a long time ago. Because that's where he wants to be. And you can footnote this, bookmark it, whatever the hell you want to do. I will give Cash credit on this one for staying on the 5 year. I will give him credit for staying, because that was the one thing that I was like, years are going to be different, because if he wants 6 or 7, then it's not going to happen. And I was like, damn, he might go back to the Cubs. Like, they just got Breggy. I'm like, oh, this might actually happen, because the longer it goes, it sways to like it's not going to happen. But I think the number was correct, and the years were perfect for him, because realistically, he could still get another contract after that.
Yeah, and he will. And I think the Yankees know that, and I think the next contract won't be with the Yankees. And I think,
and that's fine, but for him to make the money, to have the stability and whatever, but you have to take all of the things that Cody has done in his career. Yes, won MVP. Yes, did he hit below the Mendoza line in 200? Yes, we've seen it. And numbers don't lie. But numbers aren't all encompassing of what you get in the value of a person. And the understanding, like, there's things we can't quantify. And the understanding of playing in a place like New York. And we've seen it with multiple people where that's just, they're not built for that.
And I want to say something. A lot of fans are saying, and I'll say this on Josh Silverberg's show, Game On. Him and his father said, I'll be very surprised if the Yankees make the playoffs. This team is, first of all, has one of the best rotations in baseball when Garrett Cole comes back this year. And I wouldn't even question that they're not going to make moves at the trade deadline. I know everybody says, well, what have the Yankees done? They signed a very important piece in Cody Bellinger, who's important to this lineup defensively and offensively. So stop Yankee fans saying that the Yankees didn't do enough. The Yankees are doing a lot more than you think they're doing. This is what Brian does. He waits and he pounces on players that he thinks are freeloaders or guys that he can fix to put into that rotation or that bullpen. I think the Yankees are fine with their as far as their lineup is concerned until the trade deadline.
So you're saying don't add?
You always have to add, Errol. Like you can't say because you can't stay with the same team and be in the same position. Like,
no, I'm saying right now, I don't see the Yankees adding.
But,
And I think
but realistically, they didn't add anything great. Like let's just be honest. They didn't add anything great.
I don't think they need to.
They have no. Who's the
They have
closer?
one. So what are we saying? Fish, you're right. You're 100% right.
So we're going in with Bednar on an expiring contract as our closer, and no setup man. We've lost guys. We added nobody. Bellinger we had and wasn't good enough last year. So how? I mean, look, if Garrett Cole comes back, that's a huge shot in the arm.
The Yankees have another young pitcher going to be called up this year that I've been reading about. They
Carlos
love him.
Lagrange.
Yes, they love him. They love him. And that means Adam Warren could be a trade spot, or they can move him into the bullpen, and he could be your close. He's got great stuff.
No. So we're the same team. So we're going to be in the same position, right?
So how are we going to any better? How are we going to be a playoff? A pennant-winning team at least. I don't see it. The Blue Jays added. The Blue Jays
always choke, and they lost.
They didn't this year.
They lost Bo Bichette. 1 year. You're bringing up.
They gave away Bo Bichette. They didn't want Bo Bichette.
Whatever.
But Errol, you're literally putting the same product, and you're going to get the same product.
Not necessarily. I've seen the Yankees come out year in and year out.
Garrett Cole mattered.
What?
Garrett Cole mattered. Yeah, that's obviously a game changer. But that's the same thing Cash does every year. It's like, oh, we're going to do back at the deadline, and that's like adding a free agent. Cash, we've heard that every year.
I just like to see them use some of these pieces. They got Dominguez waiting there. He plays the same position as Bellinger right now. If Ben Rice is first base, Bellinger's left field. Well, so is Jason Dominguez. You got to do something. You got to do something, Cashman. I'm sorry. As a Yankee fan, you didn't do shit this offseason.
Here's my prediction. The Yankees win the division this year. And I'm not saying this because I'm a Yankee fan.
Your mouth to God's ears, man.
The Yankees are going to win the division this year.
Well,
all right. I'll put a bet on that. That they don't win the division.
Okay.
Well, a team that has a guy, the Rangers, that I wish the Yankees would call about their shortstop. They added a piece that's a real interesting arm going forwards. They traded a bunch of young prospects, including their first-round pick in the 2025 draft for Mackenzie Gore from the Nationals. Now, Mackenzie Gore had 19 first-half starts and had a 3 ERA and a 1.2 WHIP and 138 Ks. He was a no-brainer all-star, but after the all-star break, he was Mackenzie Gore that most of us remembered from previous years. He went 1-7 with a 7 ERA, a 1.7 WHIP, and still struck out a bunch of guys, but people lit him up. Jekyll and Hyde type of strikeout pitcher here. It just kind of came through. Again, Gavin Fine, he's a third baseman. He was the first-round pick. He's the big name in this deal.
Listen, Mackenzie Gore, he has good stuff. He's going to be playing behind a great pitcher in Jacob deGrom, veteran pitchers that can help him out. I think he's going to be fun. And I like what the Rangers have done all off season. They've added some bats. They've added some pitching. They've done what they needed to do. And I think the Rangers are dangerous. I think they're probably the most dangerous team in their division with all the acquisitions they've made this offseason. So I like the Mackenzie Gore move. It's definitely something that you can look at and add to the rotation, which they definitely need depth in.
Yeah, it's one of those guys you look at high strikeout, maybe he's a home run risk. You saw that with Dylan Cease. You've seen that with Noah Syndergaard when he was in his peak. Like, sometimes that happens.
They had someone last year that was like that, too.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason I like this
played for the Yankees, played for the Red Sox.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that Evaldi, that's why
same guy.
That's why I was going to bring up, like, Evaldi, DeGrom.
Give me Evaldi in the playoffs, though.
Yeah.
We're not talking.
I'm not talking about the
playoffs. And his sack that he has in the playoffs, give me that all day.
But I was more talking about the fact that they needed a young guy to really grow that core. If they have guys that are injury prone or guys of the future to do that, I trust the Rangers system to kind of make that thing work. In addition to like rebirthing Evaldi too. Also, John Gray was a guy that was underrated for a while that they were able to make work. I think the system is good for this, even with a new manager, with Skip Schumacher, we'll see. But I think the Rangers' analytic department is a lot better at developing pitching.
Yeah, CY is brilliant. I was so fortunate to play against him, but then be his teammate. CY thinks outside of the box, and like he's so smart, but he doesn't let things such as numbers get in the way of the moves that he makes. And I just, if I had an opportunity to be in the Rangers organization with somebody like that leads in the way that he's, I guess, making moves and doing it in a chess match instead of a checker game, CY is great. And he has all control, and he is one of the most brilliant men that I've been around. And to see him in the game of baseball, and he gave me one of the best compliments I've ever had in my career. He's like,
toe job.
Yeah. No, it didn't give me a toe job, but he just was like, man, you repeat your delivery. And I was like, my delivery sucks. Like, I would never teach this to anybody. That's just the way I throw. And he's like, but you repeat it. That's why you're successful. And
that went over like a church.
That good and that smart. And now to see him succeed, obviously win a World Series, and now make moves that some people like don't think like, oh, this really makes sense. He thinks about it before anybody thinks about it, and that's why the Rangers organization is going to be in very good hands for a long time.
This makes my pecker hard.
All right, we got one more, guys, and that is the Baseball Hall of Fame. I know it was you guys talked about it earlier in the week with Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones getting in. But I want to talk about the guys that climbed big percentages that are going to be the likely ones that we look at going forwards at getting in. So Chase Utley had the biggest climb to 59.1%. Again, you need 75% to get in. So Beltran got in at 84.2. Andrew Jones had a 78.4. Utley was third at 59.1. which was an increase in almost 20% from his previous year. Looks like he's going to get in. The next highest was Andy Pettitte. Andy Pettitte went up to 48.5%, up from 27.9. That's a big deal. And King Felix, a massive gain, up to 46.1% from 20%. Other names up there that have kind of hung around this value. Bobby Abreu actually jumped a little bit. But A-Rod's at 40%, Manny Ramirez just under 40, Bobby Abreu at 30. Interesting numbers.
I like Chase Utley. I couldn't stand playing him in the World Series, but this guy can hit. He was a great defender. It was, one of the best timely hitters we've ever seen in the last 20 years. The guy can hit. And King Felix, he was so hard to watch play against the Yankees because he always killed the Yankees. He always completely dominated the New York Yankees in Seattle and at Yankee Stadium. But the guy that really sticks out to me is Andy Pettitte. And Andy Pettitte, 48%. This is one of the best playoff pitchers the Yankees have ever had. One of the greatest personalities. Yes, he did HGH, and he admitted to it. He did do bad things, but he admitted to it, and it came back, and he was still a dominant force. He helped so many young Yankee pitchers like Jabba Chamberlain. He's helped a lot of people out over the years. He goes and he helps the Yankees at spring training. This is a great person and a very likable person. He should be in the Hall of Fame, and he's close to 300 wins. I mean, how many guys can you remember has as many wins and has as many wins in the playoffs as Andy Pettitte?
It's this was fun. It was I text Chipper. I text Andrew. He was obviously a teammate, and it's about time. Like they got their due. Felix was always fun. His numbers speak for himself. Chase was never a fun at bat for me. Never a fun at bat for me. He didn't do well off me, but it was never fun because he was squirrely in the box to me. Like, it was just something I could never figure out. but I always had decent success against him. But those guys climbing and everything, but I'll touch on Pettit. And obviously, Andy was very special to me in the fact that he taught me how to be a father and be a baseball player at the same time. I literally have his number tattooed on my arm because that's somebody that means something to me. And yes, he admitted, he was like, when he said he did it one time, if there is anybody that I believe in this world, and I've played with a lot of guys, that he said he did it one time. He did it one time. And that's just who he is. Like he is salt of the earth. He is one of the best human beings I've ever met, that I've been around with. And still to this day, like birthdays, always a text, me and him. And he's just deserving because you look at his numbers, look at his postseason. The dude has a whole career in the postseason. Like you could say in the postseason, obviously Mo's there, but Andy Pettit and John Smoltz, and both of the guys that I just mentioned before, are in the Hall of Fame. Andy Pettit deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Without a question.
Yeah, Andy Pettit, we talked about that last year. I think it was Jeff Nelson or one of the other Yankees. I think it was. But yeah, somebody like that with a good playoff track record. It still was steady enough in the regular season.
Eddie, he had over 250 wins, I think.
And somebody like that definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame for sure. So hopefully he gets the bigger climb the next time. King Felix, I think, should be in. Again, peak value you're looking at, just didn't have the longevity the same way, but he was a top 3 pitcher in baseball at his best. So again, that's, I think, something that should be rewarded. We'll see if these newer writers, these newer voters are rewarded. Chase Utley, one of my guys I couldn't stand as a Mets fan.
But Speedy, that's too where like we kind of touched on, and with Brian Hoke and those guys that have now have votes.
The internet,
I think the younger generation now is like having votes, where I think that climb that you saw, that you pointed out, Fish, is perfectly accurate what is happening now with the voters and their votes.
Well,
because they actually got to see them, and they got to see their value.
Let's hope that Barry Bonds at some point gets in, and Roger Clemens, and obviously Alex Rodriguez, who I know he has 40%, and I know he's done a lot of bad things, and a lot of people don't like Alex, but Alex was one of the greatest baseball players of all time. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame as an analyst. He's the best analyst right now in baseball. I don't care what anybody says. I want to hear Alex Rodriguez. I don't want to hear Derek Jeter. I don't want to hear David Ortiz. I don't want to hear anybody else. I want to hear what he has to say, because the guy knows baseball. The guy knows everything, the ins and the outs of the game. He studies baseball as good as anybody. So that's the guy I want to see. So that's my opinion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but I mean, you know.
Oh, my deuce of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is a doozy. Heather McPhee, the NFLPA's Associate General Counsel since 2009, revealed in a court filing that the union fired her at December 30th. The dismissal came less than 2 weeks after she sued the union. Its former executive and director, Lloyd Howell Jr., and 2 current senior executives for allegedly conspiracy to keep her from cooperating with a year-long federal criminal inquiry into the union finances. You know, it's so funny, and I mentioned this because Fish wanted me to pick something, and I had to look at something, and this story seems to be a story right now with the NFL, and the NFL is going to get into a lot of trouble for this. The NFL, we all know what happened with the shooting a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago, and how the NFL and Roger Goodell handled that. They didn't handle it very well. And now you're seeing this. They're firing guys because of conspiracies and criminal inquiries, and now all of a sudden they're firing a female. And you know what they're going to do. You know what her lawyers are going to do. They're going to say, well, it was a sexist firing. It was this, it was that. The NFL is going to get in a lot of trouble for this. And to me, it's very fitting, because the NFL do not know how to control some of the executives and some of the owners don't know how to control some of their players. And now you're hearing this story. I'm sure this story is going to grow. There's going to be legs, and there's going to be something grown that we haven't heard about this story, and it's just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. So very interesting story. I read it in bits and pieces. And Heather McPhee is going to get herself a lot of money because the NFL has a lot of information they're going to have to bring out, because when you fire two executives and then fire her, it sounds like they're trying to hide something. So it's typical NFL fashion, as always. All right, that was my deuce of the day. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very special guest. He's been on our show before. Very interesting character. If you don't check him out on social media, well, shame on you. We will be talking to the Ace of Spader.com baseball analyst and statistician. Ryan Spader will be joining us, and he hasn't been on this show for a while, not with Jabba, that's for sure. Very interesting, and me and him go back and forth. This guy is an interesting character, to say the least, and you guys are going to love him. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. I got a couple of stories for you before we get to the scores this evening. Giants legend and Ring of Honor member and multiple Super Bowl champion O.C. Umenyiora recently returned to the airwaves of his podcast after missing some time and revealed a truly scary reason for his absence. On Monday's episode of The Breakdown, which is an international podcast for the NFL UK and Ireland's YouTube page, the former speed rusher revealed he had been in a coma for 5 days and hospitalized for the better part of a month. I was in a hospital for almost a month. I was in a coma for 5 days, had some extensive surgery. I was in a really, really bad place, and I find out right then and there who actually loved me, because there were some people who showed up every single day. There were some people who came to see me when I was in a coma. There were some people who traveled from all across the world to come see me when I was at my lowest points. Now, OC was referring to other people, but also his former teammate and podcast partner, Jason Bell, as well as some who showed for him in his time of need, as well that many did not. And obviously was a little saddened by that. Thank God OC seems to be all right. He was truly a great pass rusher in New York and a huge reason for the Giants' success almost 2 decades ago now. Best wishes to him and his family across the pond. Well, Jim Harbaugh may have lost his defensive coordinator just as he became head coach of the Ravens, but he gained an offensive coordinator on Monday night. Word broke that former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel will become the new offensive coordinator for the Chargers. McDaniel, who has interviewed for both head coach openings as well as OC openings this offseason since being relieved of his duties as Dolphins head coach at the end of the 2025 season. He is now expected to team up with Jim Harbaugh, quarterback Justin Herbert, and promising second-year running back Omarion Hampton. McDaniel was viewed as the top OC hire on the market by many and will bring a reputation as a great run game coordinator to a team and a head coach that wants nothing more than to run the football. McDaniel will now get to coach the number 6 overall pick in Herbert in the 2020 draft after coaching the number 5 pick Tua Tagovailoa in Miami for the past handful of years. While this is contingent on McDaniel not getting hired as a head coach, it appears it's all but a done deal and a coup for the Chargers, who will be getting back all-world tackles Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt next season after struggling on the line without them this year. Something McDaniel and the Chargers faithful have to be extremely excited about, considering the Chargers made the playoffs without much of any blocking or run game. All right, in basketball going on right now, in overtime, the 76ers have a 124-122 lead on the Rockets, just under 19 seconds remaining there. 8:56 remaining in the fourth. It's 97-92 Warriors over the Mavericks. 6:14 left in the third quarter. It's 75-73 Bulls over the Timberwolves. 2:13 left in the first. It's 27-26 Jazz over the Spurs. Still to come tonight, Clippers, Lakers, and Trailblazers Heat. Already concluded, the Hornets were all over the Magic, 124-97 in Orlando. And the Nuggets beat the Wizards, 107-97. In hockey, going on right now, 4 minutes left in the third period. Bruins have a 4-2 lead on the Golden Knights. It's 3-2 Sabres over the Canadiens, 3 left in the third over there. Game going to overtime. Excuse me, as we speak, Blackhawks and Hurricanes all tied at 3. just about to conclude. It's 11 seconds left in the third. The Blue Jackets are trying to close out the Stars. It's 1-0 in Columbus. And it's 3-0 Senators over the Predators. 4:42 left in the second. Just about the end of the second period, it's 1-0 Panthers over the Jets. And the Penguins have a 3-0 lead over the Oilers in Edmonton with 6:20 left in the first. Still to come tonight, Red Wings and Wild. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Breaking news. Come on. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'm putting you on a link now.
Knicks 3-1. Knicks 7-2. 31-08. Nobody crowd. Everybody talking all about me. Oh, I don't know the word with the song. All right, there we go. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm not a singer, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just a radio show host. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, ladies and gentlemen, and they're giving you 10% off on all orders if you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan. All you got to do is hit the omahasteaks.com/jobinthemouth link or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like your steaks juicy, if you like your steaks thick, if you like your steaks long and whatever, ladies and gentlemen, you can get 10% off your Omaha Steaks. They're delicious, they're sweet, and they're cool. Go to our links right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if he's going to our links. I've tried to sell him, but if he wasn't sold, I'll try to sell him a little bit later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now speaking to the ace of Spaders.com baseball analyst and statistician, as we all know him, Ryan Spader. Ryan, what's up, buddy? You're muted, Ryan. I think you're mute. There you go.
Happening, fellas. I think you just unmuted me, and I did at the same time. But
oh, okay. Well, It wasn't me, but it was probably one of my producers. Ryan, I know you know this guy right under yourself, and he told me he's got some great stories, but I want to get into some baseball with you because a lot of people are questioning the Yankees, all right? Everybody says, oh, is this all they're going to do? They're going to add a player that they had last year. I think they got a great player for 5 years. I'm sorry?
I said, thanks for that picture.
There you go. It makes you look young, Ryan. But they added a player that they had last year on their roster, one of the better left-handed power hitters in baseball last year. He was very good. You know him. You know his stats. One of the better left-handed hitters. Your thoughts on the Yankees adding him, and do you think not adding anybody else could cause the Yankees not making the playoffs?
I don't think you're going to keep the Yankees out of the playoffs, but honestly, as a Phillies fan, I was glad to see that they didn't go on full tilt after Bo Bichette. I'm not going to say he backed out of the deal, but it seemed like they were in agreement. I blame the Phillies for that piece of it because why did it take them so long? And then they set themselves up in a position where Tucker signs that ridiculous deal, no longer able to sign with the Mets. And then he signs that deal with the Dodgers that just kind of is a new type of deal in baseball, I guess, or at least until next season. And so they missed out on there. I thought they were going to go tilt and grab Bellinger. I think Bellinger is a great player, certainly a great fielder, and he certainly would be an upgrade in terms of defense for the Phillies. But he stays with the Yankees. His bat on the road, very similar to what the Phillies got from Nick Castellanos. And the good thing about him is he's probably if not the, but one of the best hitters for Yankee Stadium. And the way that thing's set up, he hits great in Yankee Stadium. He'll continue to do so. And I think it's a move that they had to make. Now, I don't love the length of that deal. I'm inclined to think that they will have him for the duration of it. I didn't think Bellinger was really a great option for more than 3 years, but they had to make that move. And I think that move is one that's going to keep them in a postseason run. I think another thing that's getting downplayed a bit here with the Yankees is, I mean, you're acquiring Garrett Cole, so the team's going to be better.
No, and I knew you were going to bring your Phillies up. I knew that was probably going to
right off the bat.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I know you well enough. But Dave came out and said, and obviously Yankees ties with obviously their manager and hitting coach Kevin Long, and he said that they were good where they're at. Like, does he really feel that way, or they just didn't make a move for them to take that next step? And also too, what are they going to do with Nick? What are they going to do with Castellanos? What are they going to do?
So I think Dave kind of feels rug pulled, and I don't know that for sure, but I think that they were pretty set on signing Bo Bichette and trying to set up a move to either move Alec Bohm or potentially Bryson Stott, but less likely. As far as Nick goes, it's one of the stranger things that I've seen from Philadelphia, because the dude was beloved by fans in the early going. And frankly, in the last 2 postseasons, he's one of the only guys who've produced. So it's kind of strange to see fans kind of turn their back on a guy who, I mean, it's kind of hard to dislike a guy who wants to go out there, play every single day. He shows up with his kid at the ballpark, interacting with them, stuff that's great for the game. People love to see. But I think that as far as Nick Castellanos as a Philly goes, I think that ship has sailed. I honestly thought he was going to end up with the Marlins. I guess they couldn't piece together a deal for Nick Castellanos for Everett Cabrera.
Yeah, because that's where he lives.
Yeah, and I honestly thought he was going to torment the Phillies playing with the Marlins, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he still ends up there.
So what about the Mets offseason that we've seen, just basically switching players around in their lineup, and they finally get a Freddie Peralta, they finally get a pitcher. Is it a good offseason? Is it bad? Is it something that could get David Stearns fired at this point?
It's a very good offseason, especially when you consider where they started and losing Pete Alonso. Now, in hindsight, are you like, we just allocated all that money to Bo Bichette. We probably could have signed our guy Pete Alonso. And if you look at their numbers in terms of the metrics, Alonso is far and away a better offensive player. But as any baseball guy, I'll tell you, it's a lot easier to recover offense at first base than it is going to be from the middle of the infield, or if he ends up at third base. And I think that overall, you're probably looking at a net even, if not a little bit better there. I do think Alonso is going to be pretty good in Camden Yards. However, he's probably like, all right, why'd you guys push the fences back at this point? I think the Mets have it was like a matter of like 50 hours completely taken over as a front runner right behind the Dodgers in terms of their off-season ads.
Wow, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. We are talking to the ace of Spaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader. I'm very surprised you went that way. You think they're the second best team in the National League? I disagree.
Oh, whoa. I said second best off season. Let's not get carried away.
All right. I was about to say, I'm kind of like stunned that you went that way, but you look at the offseason and obviously there are a lot of teams that didn't really pull the trigger, and Boston made a couple of moves. The Blue Jays made a couple of moves, And and everybody knows the American League East is always the best division in baseball. It always is. Usually every single year it is. And the Yankees, which are always the one that goes out there and spends the money, everybody's complaining. The Yankees aren't doing this. They're not doing that. And the Yankees, maybe they're trying to be cheap. Hal Steinbrenner came out a couple of weeks after the season and attacked the Dodgers when it came to the deferred money. And he says they're ruining baseball. And then everybody was attacking the Yankees because the Yankees, quote unquote, bought their championships, which was untrue. Now, what do you think? I mean, do you think that baseball after this season, do you think that baseball is going to go on a heavy, long strike because of the Dodgers and what the Dodgers have done over the last couple of years?
So I've got a couple feelings about this, and some of it's just like stuff I've heard in the rumor mill. There's a few conspiracy theories out there that opposing general managers are just letting this happen, and it wouldn't be the GMs really so much as the owners, that they're letting something like this happen where it almost forces MLB's hand in terms of a salary cap, which of course as an owner is better for you in the long run. But I don't think that baseball is a sport that can successfully implement a salary cap, because what you're going to end up with is teams that are going to have, I don't know, 3-4 high paid players. And then you're going to end up with a bunch of guys who are in the, what is it, Joe? The first, 5 years of their contract or something? When a lot of those guys
before arbitration.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys who can produce at a big league level at a quote unquote 0 to 2 WAR level, who never get through arbitration, never make a big league squad again after that, because it's seen as, well, this guy's not worth $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 million a year, but we would take him for less than that. And that's going to cause a whole different problem in baseball if we're getting back to that position where, you see it in the NFL a lot, where you're getting specific guys who are making essentially all the money, and then everybody else who's playing league minimum or slightly above. It would be a mess as far as.
So you're saying it's going to be a long strike. That's what you're saying.
So no, Ryan, would you say like a cap? Like, obviously I don't think it's going to happen, but like, cause you can have a salary floor too. Like, do you think that would be more in space for what baseball in the direction that they're going?
So I think a salary floor is a wonderful idea. Do I ever see it getting implemented? Only if there's also a hard cap. I don't know. There's a guy I'm gonna have to set you up with at some point to talk the actual money in terms of this. His name's Rob Raiola. He's a New York guy, sports tax man on Twitter, and he knows all of the ins and outs in terms of the way that contracts are hitting payroll and stuff like that. He's my default guy for that. But I don't know how, like, all right, Tucker's making quote unquote $1 million salary this year. No, he's not. And so I don't know how they would game that in terms of a hard cap, getting around it. The best idea, ironically, I've ever heard is from Nick Castellanos, who said, hey, you know what? We should have a relegation. Go with go figure. The Europeans have the most capitalist sports system in probably the world, where if you don't produce, you get sent essentially to the minors. And Castellanos was like, you know what? I'd love to see that in baseball, where, if teams aren't competing, you finish last 2 years in a row or something, then you're sent down and another team's given a chance. I think that would be pretty cool, but that would probably cause some serious issues with guys who are perennial big leaguers on those types of teams, the guys who we see on those cellar dwellers. Although, I can't really off the top of my head think of anybody on the Rockies who was a standout all-star. Anybody last year who was on the White Sox who's a standout all-star. And then you get guys like me who would have a fit over the stats and the way that those are impacted. In terms of the potential strike we're looking at, I don't think Major League Baseball wants to try to recover from another 60-game season. So I hope that they can arrive at something. And if they do arrive at something in terms of a shorter season, I wouldn't at all be surprised if that's what they end up going with going forward, be it 154 games or something. I never thought Major League Baseball would be a sport to cut games, but I'm sure they would find a way to get that revenue back with some stupid NBA style midseason tournament or something like that, which I personally don't see any value in. Maybe they do something like they do with the 1981 season, which is absolutely ridiculous, where, you got a first half winner and a second half winner. I think in the end, what we're going to see is something very similar to a postseason system that we saw in 2020, where it's essentially like NBA style. More than half the teams are making it, or half if you go to 32, and you're going to see a longer postseason. That I'm not necessarily against that, but I also don't want to see, shortened season or anything like that.
You'll see some sub 500 teams in the playoffs. They expand it to 8 teams. That's the problem with the NBA a lot of the time, especially in the East. So you had like 6 seeds at 39 and 43 or something like that. They're going to get the equivalent of that. I wanted to bring up something that mentioned with expansion. One of the other stories was the geographic realignment, the division realignment, which I thought was a kind of a strange concept, but maybe it could help travel circumstances. Would that only come with expansion? Would that only come with like a potential, like a revenue boost in that way? Because a lot of obviously the local TV networks are really falling apart.
I really wish I knew we would go here, because I wrote something on that and I don't have it handy. You keep telling people to go to my site and they're probably going to it and seeing that it's under construction, because I'm doing a revamp this off season, which Java, that's why I didn't do the ballot this year. So don't worry, you'll get it back next year.
I was just gonna say I didn't get annoyed with all like, hey, did you put your
but that'll be back next year. But the alignment thing is very interesting, because if you do look at in terms of travel, there's no other way to say it. I mean, it's unfair to certain teams and certain players, and the way it affects certain players versus younger guys. Traveling's not the easiest thing in the world. I always thought that I was invincible, and then when I hit 27, I was like, mind you, I was in the Marine Corps at that point. I hit 27. I was like, why do I feel like a headache and tired after having 19 beers last night? This is not normal. Something must be wrong with me. So, you get these guys who have Philly's a great example, Yankees as well now, who have a bunch of superstars who are older. I mean, if you put one of those teams in Seattle, who has all that travel year after year, they'd probably have a pretty hard time going coast to coast and traveling. What is it, like twice as much as any other team? It's pretty rough.
Their shortest flight is 2.5 hours.
That's brutal. And I think that one of the things that I drew up, and I'll send it to you guys after the fact so I can actually comb through and pull up, is a realignment that functions well with 32 teams, where basically everybody's getting a more even distribution of travel.
Ryan, where would you add those 2 teams? Because we've had this conversation too.
Oh man, I think one, you got to go. I can't remember where the heck I put them.
Montreal, that's where.
No, see, Montreal doesn't play though. It doesn't work. The Northeast is already too loaded. I think I had one go in
Nashville.
I want to say I had one in Nashville, and then I had one on the West Coast. I can't remember exactly how I drew it up, but it wasn't Vegas, because I just assumed the Athletics were going to end up there, and sure enough, that's where they're going to end up. Just letting my ADD brain take over. It is hilarious that the Athletics can't get a trademark for anything in Las Vegas.
They tried 2 of them and they got turned down for both of them.
That's great. They're going to end up named something else. That's ridiculous. honestly, what they did to that fan base is ridiculous, but that's a whole nother conversation. So I do think the future of baseball does have something in store in terms of additional teams, less travel for teams throughout the season, where you're doing most of your travel all at once and you're hanging out in an area for a long time. Or we end up with that situation that I talked about with the stupid mid-season tournament or something like that, where everybody's housed like it's the Little League World Series or something like that, which I really can't put stock into. I don't understand. Like, what would you even call? Would you even get like a ring, a partial champion? I don't even understand what you would possibly call it. They'd probably try to do something with like rivalries or something like that, but I don't know how you can even do something like that, because I mean, yeah, you got the Yankees and you got the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers and the Giants, but then
how about a Long Island baseball team? What about that? I mean,
too much in the Northeast. We're already spoiled. We're spoiled as it is.
Listen, Ryan, I'm just trying to give people a thought in their mind. Hey, Long Island baseball team? We got a lot of land over here.
They have the Long Island Ducks.
Oh, stop!
Hey, that's Goody's specialty.
Oh my God, we should call them the Long Island Junks, because that's what they are. Anyways, we are talking to the aceofspader.com baseball analyst and statistician, Ryan Spader. All right, Ryan, Hall of Fame. You have obviously Andrew Jones and you have Carlos Beltran, two guys that actually deserved to go to the Hall of Fame a long time ago. Andrew Jones, 10-time Gold Glove winner, probably the greatest center fielder. Him and Torrey Hunter. That's right, from the Twins. When I watched it, those two guys really stuck out to me the most when it came to center fielders, and Bernie Williams. I'm not going to take that away either. And obviously Carlos Beltran, who is one of the best playoff hitters I've ever seen, when he was hitting with the Astros, and then when he went to the Mets, even with Kansas City, he was a great player. This guy was an all-around, as far as stats are concerned, as great of a player we've seen in a long time. But Andy Pettit's still on the list. Alex Rodriguez, two guys that there's a lot of questions because of the HGH and steroids. Felix, Chase Utley. I know you know a lot about him. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts with the two guys that got into the Hall of Fame and the other guys that are trailing right behind them.
Well, to me, Andrew Jones, I really don't understand what the hang up was on him. When I talked to him initially about like his Hall of Fame case, I think it was like 6 years ago now. The whole idea of it for me was like, yeah, you were supposed to be Willie Mays, but who the hell is Willie Mays? And and I don't say that to knock Willie Mays. I say it to like, who could possibly do what Willie Mays did? And to me, it's no crime not being Willie Mays. And to still end up hitting 434 home runs and winning 10 Gold Gloves, and then even looking at today's advanced metrics, the ones that say, hey, maybe Jimmy Edmonds wasn't quite as good defensively as he appeared to be, simply because of the fact that he was making great plays on balls that got a guy like Andrew Jones, a guy like Torrey Hunter would be probably camped under. And it's not to knock Jimmy Edmonds, because he was a great ball player and I'd put him in the Hall of Fame. But I'm a big Hall guy. Andrew Jones absolutely had no business being on what is 8th, 9th ballot. Should have been in a long time ago. I don't think Carlos Beltran should have taken this long, but the Astros quote unquote scandal held him back, and then him getting fired from the Mets before he even started didn't really help the situation. I think you guys all know my feelings on the cheating scandal and everything, and the legal issues that I dealt with in terms of sharing some of the players' thoughts that were passed to me. It's a situation where I think it's just another generation of that's what the cheating is now, right? And you got the steroid era that came before it, and I'm not ashamed to say I took steroids and I hit 0 home runs.
We talked about this.
Didn't do anything for me. Improved my bench press max, and I think that was it. Nothing else.
What were you bench pressing? What were you bench pressing?
Actually, the best I ever did, and that's what anybody who took steroids will tell you, was 435 pounds.
That's
clean.
pretty good. That's pretty good.
I was a national champion powerlifter at Penn State, my man.
Really?
That's right.
You never told me that.
At Crappy Valley?
Crappy Valley. You got it right.
I could call it another valley, but that's a whole nother story.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan, I want to get on the fact is I've gotten to know you over the years, and obviously, first and foremost, you served our country, which grateful and thankful for that. So appreciate you on that. What in the hell made you get into this world of analytics? Because you have been a controversy many times over, and I love it. I love that. It excites me when I see stuff and people going back and forth at you for your takes. Like, what made you like want to be that guy that pushes the envelope? Because obviously you did it in your career, and now in your next career you're doing it again, and I think it's fascinating to me.
Dude, I will tell you, this is one of my favorite stories to tell, and I'm going to try to chop it up real quick, is when I was a junior at Penn State, and I was trying out for their club baseball team, which I realized, like, club, whatever, but Penn State's club baseball team, as is most D1 club baseball teams, are pretty good. And I ended up getting cut from their club baseball team, and I'm like 20 years old, and I'm like, shit, man, I'm probably not going to make the big leagues. It took me that long to realize. And I'm like, I got to find another way into this because I got to keep baseball a part of my life in some way. I love this game so much. And I had a professor there, one of my econometrics, which is stats and probability focused, who was always using baseball stuff in his problems. And I was so good at this stuff. And I'm like, damn, man, this is my way. I can do it by the numbers. I can do baseball by the numbers with the best of them. I mean, when I was growing up, I collected baseball cards, but I was more concerned about the fact that Jose Canseco's 1999 Topps Traded card had all kinds of errors on the back of it. I was more into the back of the cards than the front. So I started toying with some stat stuff, and I think it was 2012. Cliff Lee went 6-9 for the Phillies, and Philly, as they are wont to do, losing their mind on the radio. Everybody's calling in. Cliff Lee's done. His career's over. He went 6-9. But if you looked at his numbers, he was Cliff Lee as usual. And that season, he was the first pitcher since Cy Young in 1905 to have at least 200 strikeouts and fewer than 30 walks in a season. And I was like, oh, that's a cool piece of information. Let me call into WIP, Philly radio station, and tell them all about this. And every single time I'd call in and start talking numbers, they'd hang up on you because they don't want some schmuck caller talking numbers. And the great irony in this is that I later ended up doing a weekly numbers segment on that same radio station for that same guy who I was trying to call in and would hang up. Now, I guess it kind of helped that I, at that point, had a stat book and everything, and started getting some recognition, a couple writing gigs for the work that I was doing. And I wasn't calling into his show as Dr. Burrell, who had a PhD as in a professional hitting degree and a master's degree in fornication. But
you sure it wasn't because you were a schmuck? Because
oh no, it was a little bit of, but I think everybody in Philly's a bunch of schmucks though. So yeah, I kind of just took that road, and the thing that benefited me more than anything throughout all of this is, and I tell this because I still get, not quite as much as I used to, but I still get kids in college. They'll reach out to me, hey, how do I get a job in baseball? This, that, and the other thing. I don't have a job in baseball. I do my own thing. I've never needed baseball to put food on my table, fortunately. And what that's enabled me to do is things like calling it like I see it. I've never bent the knee. The one time I did bend the knee was when I got scared shitless by, the lawyers after I came out with some of the things that players told me. And I'm not saying who those lawyers were, but I fortunately ended up getting my own, and I realized, well, crap, I didn't do anything wrong. And I probably shouldn't have published that apology, back at the time when apologies were the thing and they were always written by some publicist. So that was probably the biggest mistake. I would say if I went back in time, would I have been a little less controversial? Probably no, but would I have kind of watched what I said a little bit? Maybe, because maybe I'd be doing something a little bit different in terms of my connection to baseball. But at the end of the day, man, it's the same thing I've told every single guy, and I probably told you at some point that I've run into. I'm a ball player. I just happen to suck, and I like chopping it up with ball players. I like baseball being a part of my life, and fortunately for me,
at one point you like to shoot it in your ass,
he'll do that before his wrestling match with Rob.
Well, I will tell you this though, and one of the biggest headbutting match.
Could I be the referee?
We were giving you the job of the celebrity broadcaster.
That's what I said. I'd put Spader against Rob Manfred and I'd referee it. I'd be the referee. I'd take the chair and hit Rob Manfred on the back of the head with it. I'd be the one trying to double team on him.
Hey, to quote the great Tug McGraw, who was a reserve Marine, right? He said when he left for boot camp and came back, he said, they said, how was boot camp? And he said, well, I'm trained killer now. So
I want to segue into that. Like, how is your mentality like? And I think when you are authentically you, and we've had this conversation of like, we've had the MLB conversation. He's like, I'm not going to get there because I am who I am. Do you think that translated from the Marine Corps to what you are because you authentically have to be you and you're not going to change who you are? And that's why you've created what you've created?
No, man. I kind of think it goes into play with how I was raised, right? Why did I become a Marine? Well, probably the same reasons. I was 25 years old and a senior hedge fund account manager. It's a pretty decent job for somebody who was that age. And I'm not saying this to be boastful or anything.
You are.
I work hard. I like any job that I do, whether it's throughout my life, whether it's digging ditches, which I've done, whether it's making cheesesteaks, which I've done, delivering papers, which I did when I was like 8 years old. I always worked hard, and I wanted to be either, I don't know, recognized for my good work at a younger age, but then be represented by my work now that I'm older. I always invested myself all the way. And, when I was doing the job in finance, and I was like, you know what, this isn't for me. I always said I was going to be a Marine, so I gotta do what I said I was going to be, and ended up leaving that. Took a pretty steep pay cut, as you could imagine, going from senior hedge fund account manager to private first class, because I decided to enlist since it would be faster to get in instead of going the officer route. So it was a pretty steep pay cut, massive life change. But I did what I said I was going to do. And another thing that I've always said I'm going to do is I'm just going to be who I believe I am, and who I'm going to do what I think is right. Sometimes that means speaking out against something. Sometimes it means going against what everybody else is saying or what is popular to be said. And that kind of reflects in baseball. It caused me issues when technically I qualified for BBWAA, but they were making up rules out of their ass to prevent me from getting in. And something that I have that I'm proud of, and that I have over. I don't think there's a single member of BBWAA who has 5 different guys who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame who have thanked them for helping them along the way and helping other people open up to their case. But I do, and I'm pretty happy with that. I don't need a
You're
vote.
about to make me start to cry, man. You're making me cry. You turned out to be a guy that I like to yell with and go back and forth with, to a kind soul. This guy helps baseball players. He helps everybody. Statics. This guy, he's the best.
Java, I think it was the second time we had Ryan.
My heart.
We had Ryan on the show. He literally went on about a 10-minute vendetta about the BBWA treating
Yes,
him.
he did. And we went back and forth plenty of times, me and him. And I mean, with his Phillies and my Yankees, and going back and forth in 2009 when he said that the Phillies got robbed, as I remember the argument with him. But you're an interesting cat, man. You always were. And the one thing I could say about me that I can kind of compare to you is that I tell it how it is. I don't really care what anybody thinks. And if baseball wants to hold it back because of it, then so be it. I am not a big fan of any commissioner in professional sports, but I have respect for what they do and how they do it. I'm just not obviously it's been apparent on this show that Rob Manfred is one of the dumbest people in professional sports. And I've attacked him on this show plenty of times. Jabba sometimes doesn't want to stand behind it because it's, Jabba still works with the players union, but I stand behind it because I'm real. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm fake and I'm trying to kiss somebody's ass to get somewhere. I want to get somewhere because they can see the talent. They see the work. They see the passion. And they know that the way we work and the way we passionately bring it to the forefront, people will fall in love with it. So I say the same thing about you, your stats, everything about you, I respect. That's why people follow you. That's why people listen to you when it comes to stats. And that's why I love getting you on the show and really appreciate you joining us.
Dude, I anytime you need a third, I love doing this stuff. I love talking to you guys. Having Java here is just a added bonus because him and I chop it up all the time here.
First of all, I don't get the snaps anymore of send one, share one. Like, what the hell?
Oh man, yeah, going back and forth with the gifts and all that stuff. Oh god, bunch of
I will say before we let you go, why you are so respected from our community is because you are authentically yourself, and your mission is like, I'm just going to give what it is. And I'm going to tell you, like, I don't think you are a Hall of Famer, but if I think you are, I'm going to show you why you are. And that's why Scott Brolin did what he did.
I appreciate
that's why those guys did what they did. And I will say it from somebody that was fortunate enough to play the game and fortunate enough to know you. He's not going to lick my butt. But the way that you project yourself in a way that we don't get to see a lot, where you're essentially protecting us because of the work we did and how, and like you told me, it's like when you started on 5 days, this was your ERA. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, what if I would have had that when I was going to arbitration? Like, these are things that we didn't have. And like, you just are so authentically open to so many things where you take on it all, but you do it so strategically and smart where it's like, hey, I'm just going to tell you the way it is. So you don't like it, but I'm here to be a caveat to help you do that. And like, man, we appreciate that more than you know.
Dude, I really can't say thank you enough. And I do appreciate that. And nothing for me is more enjoyable as somebody, because I will say it over and over again. I'll say it when I'm 80 years old. I'm a ball player. I just happen to suck. Every single time I've spoken to a potential Hall of Famer or a guy who the team couldn't figure out if he's a starter or reliever or how they're going to manipulate him into a lesser contract, whatever. Anytime I've ever talked to one of these guys, Tim Raines one sticks out. It's like, I start talking to Tim Raines. He's like, yes, sir, this, sir, that, sir. And I'm like, Rock, dude, I'm a ball player, man. I'm not going to write anything you don't want when we do something together. And it's one of the things that led me astray from writing for publications is because I would always share my stuff before I send it to the editor. And I'd be like, hey, you cool with how I said this? You cool? Edgar Martinez, he's been in the U.S. for a long time, but he's still a little bit self-conscious about his English and doesn't like the way he says certain things. So I'd let him read what I write when he's involved in the piece. And that's apparently frowned upon, but that's the way I do business. And I don't want people ever to feel like they got to watch what they say around me or think that they're going to end up on some sort of blast or some sort of video because they were out having beers and a little bit loose in the lips, saying certain things around me. It's just not who I am.
I don't do that.
I ever intend to be.
I don't do that either. And what I do is I just attack everybody the way I think. And I don't need to use any interview to attack somebody except Quentin Jammer. That's the only one. That's the only SOB I like to jam something in. But that's it. Anyways, we love you, man. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Be good.
Don't forget to send one, share one, Dick.
As long as I'm using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
There he is, Ryan Bader, ladies and gentlemen. If you heard I guess his website is down right now. And when it gets up, he has a great website. He's one of the best statisticians in the business right now. And he's really, really honest with his numbers, and he really gets deep into his numbers. So, and like he said, he's very good with it. So I'm interested. I didn't even know he was a lifter, and I didn't know that he was benching over 400 pounds. So pretty impressive for a guy his size. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
Sexual fantasies.
No! Say you're sorry!
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough!
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right. Welcome back to Save Your Tears. We're going to do the championship week $15. I guess this is the last one of the year, Errol. We can't really do it with one game. So here is the finale of Save Your Tears. All right, here we go. Let's bring up the full board for everyone to look at. Again, this is the part of the show where I remind you, if you are not catching us in video, we are available in video on both Apple and Spotify. We have separate feeds for that, so come check out and subscribe to both of our audio and video feeds if you have not done so yet. Also, we're obviously streaming live on YouTube. We're streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, every social that you could find us. We're there. Make sure you're subscribing when you're there and tell a friend to subscribe as well. All right, so at quarterback, obviously we're picking both games. We got Matthew Stafford, the $5 player, Drake Maye at 4, Sam Darnold at 3, and Jarrett Stidham for 2 at $1. I guess you could take a flyer. If Nithin's going to play, I don't see Nithin in the backstage right now.
Yes.
Maybe Nithin would spend it on anybody else. I don't think anyone's going to spend $1 on mystery quarterback that might play, I guess, if Stidham craps the bed. $5 for running back is going to go to Karen Williams, followed by Kenneth Walker the third, Ramondre Stevenson at 3, RJ Harvey at 2, and I'm putting Travion Henderson as the $1 wild card. For receiver number 1, it's Puka Nacua for 5, Cortland Sutton for 4, Stephon Diggs for 3, Cooper Kupp for 2, and Pop Douglas for $1. At wide receiver, number 2, JSN headlines it for $5, followed by Devontae Adams. Kayshon Bodie for 3, Marvin Mims Jr. for 2. Speedy, you said Pat Bryant's probably not going to play. I guess I will then make that $1 player the next receiver who gets the most, I guess, targets in that game. Sounds fair to me.
I love Lee Tan.
And then at tight end, Colby Parkinson, the game winner last round. He's the $5 player at tight end, followed by Hunter Henry, Stonehands himself from the Giants days, Evan Ingram for 3, A.J. Barner for 2, and Terrence Ferguson for $1.
Again, I'm anal.
All right, so it was Mr. Speedy who did win last week. Speedy, what's the order tonight?
We're going to start with you this week, Fish.
Oh, well, very convenient. I already have mine done. I'm going all Patriots all the time, and a couple other guys here. Drake Maye at quarterback.
Stick a finger in his ass.
And Fish might have frozen.
On Kenneth Walker III, because Kenneth Walker III doesn't have to deal with Mr. Charbonnet anymore, and that leaves me with $1. I'll spend it on Ferguson. So I got May, Walker III, Diggs, Booty, and Ferguson. Who's next, Speedy?
Tommy.
Okay. I was already looking at it. Give me Matthew Stafford. Give me.
Do you know a rooster is a cock?
Kenneth Walker.
You got to put your tongue on something.
Give me Cooper Kupp. Mims.
Spreadsheets.
And then. Yeah, give me Mims and then Barner.
All right.
Go check your lug nuts.
I've got Stafford.
Get his
Walker.
hands off the board, please.
Wait, Fish. I'm sorry. I lied. This is what we're going to do. We're going to, instead of Mims, we're going to go Booty. And then I should have an extra $1, so I should go Ferguson. So instead of Mims, switch that around. Just Mims. We're going to do Booty and Ferguson instead.
All right, so Stafford, Walker, Kupp, Booty, and Ferguson.
Yes, that's what we're rocking.
It's her life. I don't
All right, who's next, Speedy?
Jabba.
I'm gonna go Matthew Stafford because it's the same rehab guy that my son works with that worked with Stafford at Georgia.
Nice.
Then I'm gonna go Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah.
I'm at 8. Then I'm gonna go Cortland Sutton, which puts me at 12.
Oh, that means you can't go with the Booty this week, John.
I know I can't. All right, never mind. Sorry, Fish.
No.
I'm gonna go Diggs and Booty,
Beneficial.
and then Ferguson.
Dissect.
All right, similar to what I did over there with Diggs and Booty. That's what they say in New England. They Diggs the Booty. Ferguson, Stevenson, and Stafford. Who's next?
All right, I'll go next with my 18. So
Yep.
Stafford and Puka.
Cheater. You're a cheater.
Stafford and Puka. Give me Devontae Adams. That gives me 14. Give me Harvey and Barner.
Wouldn't sleep with a family member either.
All right, I got Stafford, Harvey, Puka, Adams, and Barner going heavy on the Rams. All right, Errol, you're up.
Push the board from him. Get it away from him.
All right, I'm going with Jarrett Stidham. No, I'm just kidding.
If he doesn't, just to stick it to Jeff.
I'm so sad that I missed Jeff's phone call. The one day I missed.
So am I. I'm gonna go Sam Darnold. I'm gonna go Kenneth Walker. I'm gonna go Puka. Where am I at?
Stafford, Walker, Puka. That's already 14.
No, he took Darnold.
Darnold, Walker. So that's 12.
You got 3 left for 2 spots.
All right.
No, he went Darnold, Kenneth Walker, Puka.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 12.
Yeah, that's 12. Yeah.
So he also can't take the Booty.
No, I don't want the Booty. All right, I'll take.
I'm gonna tell Brittany you said that.
She won't care.
Happy Niffin doesn't have it.
That's right. I'll go with Mims and Ferguson.
All right. So I got Errol.
A lot of Ferguson.
Yeah. Oh, he's been on our show.
Us.
Yep. We had him when he was He was a senior in high school. He came on the show, and interesting dude, man. Interesting dude. No question.
He seems to make a big play every game. One big play every game right now.
Very
All right,
nice.
Errol, I got you here with Darnold, Walker, Puka, Mims, and Ferguson. We will go over the results on Monday's episode. Again, if you don't like how it goes, you can't cry about it. You gotta save your tears.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get into this Drury story. It's definitely a story of craziness, and I'm here to entertain you Ranger fans, as we all know. Last Friday, the Rangers general manager, Chris Drury, wrote a public letter to Ranger fans saying that the team will really retool this season. Drury added he doesn't consider this a full rebuild, but that the team will be open to trading some of their Rangers' popular players. That's going to be fun. Popular star players around the deadline. Mr. Panarin was then told that there would be no extension talk, leading to the belief that he will be likely to be moved at the trade deadline. Drury mentioned wanting to get faster and younger, building around certain core players and prospects, and wanting to shed off some cap space. He ended the letter describing the start of a new strategic plan. Ooh, you like that one. And a strategy, a plan. And said that the team will still play hard despite their struggles this season. Panarin will not be so easy to move as will other veterans like Adam Fox, Vincent Trocheck, Igor Shesterkin, and Mika Zibanejad, who all have full no movement clauses, and Captain JT Miller and Jonathan Quick have partial no trade clauses. The Rangers have just $2.25 million in cap space and are last in the Eastern Conference with 48 points, having played more games than any team besides the Red Wings. Here's the thing. Everybody knows that McKenna is the big prospect everybody is talking about. This guy's as good as Connor McDavid, might even be better. I mean, obviously he's playing for Penn State right now. He's playing great hockey. He's playing for Team Canada. Great. This guy is special. I'm going to tell you this right now. There's no way the Rangers are getting that number one pick. And if that's what the Rangers are doing, and that's what Chris Drury is trying to plan, and this is something that I had fights with somebody that was on the show a long time ago, Speedy. You know what I'm talking about.
Anthony Scultori?
No. You know what I'm talking about. He traveled with me. He went to the draft with me.
Oh, Filk.
Mr. Filk. And Filk has his own hockey show, and I'm going to blast him here.
Oh, boy.
I remember when we went back and forth about Jack Hughes, and I said, there's no way the Rangers are getting Jack Hughes. And they didn't get Jack Hughes. They got the second best player in that draft, who's no longer on the team. He's playing for Seattle. And then when they got Lafreniere, I attacked him again because I said Lafreniere is not going to be much of anything. He's definitely not Sidney Crosby, and he's not. He's going to probably be either traded or let go in some kind of way in the next year or two. The fact here is the Rangers are making a big mistake keeping Chris Drury around right now. The rebuilding should be with a new GM and Sullivan. And Sullivan should choose who he wants to work with. This guy is a two-time Stanley Cup champion. This guy has been successful building franchises, including the Pittsburgh Penguins. He understands how to build a team. And this guy, who has been trading away pieces, telling players that he's not moving him, and then moving him at the trade deadline, and messing up the juju in the locker room, has always been an effective, just determined idiot over there as an executive for the New York Rangers. I don't want to hear James Dolan go out on a national broadcasting show for WFAN and come out and say that I trust Drury. I trust him. Meanwhile, this guy has hired how many coaches? How many coaches has this man hired in the last 5 years? This guy is an absolute waste. And he hired 2 Stanley Cup champion coaches, 2 possibly top 10 greatest coaches of all time. Peter Laviolette was a top 7 coach of all time. Sullivan, you can argue, is a top 10 coach of all time. And the fact is, when you look at the perspective of where this team is going, when you hear retooling, but we're not rebuilding, what does that mean? You're retooling, but you're not rebuilding? How about you should have decided over the last couple of years on playing your youngsters? You have all these prospects, all these guys, all this offensive optional players that you have in your farm system, and you haven't called really any of them up. And now you're going to trade away some of the more popular players like Vincent Trocheck, who's a good player. Adam Fox, you're going to trade a Long Island guy who has been one of the better defensemen when he's healthy. Igor Shesterkin, who you decided to give $11.5 million to when it made no sense because he had one great season. You traded for JT Miller when obviously the Rangers should have never gotten rid of him years ago. I mean, the fact here is the Rangers organization is put in a standstill because there's one guy leading the way. And that's Chris Drury. He's an absolute idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. He never knew what he was doing. And the fact that James Dolan is riding or dying with this guy tells me that the Rangers are going to choke. They're trying to choke because they want that number 1 pick because they feel that number 1 pick can change that franchise. It can. Just because they're trying to lose out this season, they're not going to get McKenna. They're not. They're going to lose out on McKenna because every team that I can remember that were getting that number 1 pick because of their bad record now, since this lottery thing has come to fruition, they've never gotten that pick. If you're one of the worst 2 teams in the NHL, those guys never get the pick. So, Ranger fans, if you think for 1 second by losing out the season, you guys have the best chance of getting McKenna, you are sadly mistaken because the Islanders were the 10th worst team in the NHL last year, and they won the lottery. They won the lottery. And the NHL didn't cheat because guess what Gary Bettman did? He did something that nobody ever has done. He did it right in front of the television. And I think basketball should do that. I think football should have a lottery. And obviously baseball has brought a lottery in. This Ranger team is absolute insult to Ranger fans. They have so much talent. And they have more talent than the Islanders do. And this team is the worst team in the Eastern Conference. And the Islanders are one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. What that tells me is it's not the coach. It's the GM. It's the guy running the organization because nobody wants to play for him. And nobody, and pretty much everybody that I've heard through the grapevine can't stand the man. So the downfall of the New York Rangers is one guy and one guy only, Chris Drury.
Yeah, and Mike Sullivan was brought here to help out this younger core because they had a lot of Rangers that have had a prospect development system that has been very flawed, even with some of these top-end draft picks that they've had. And there's a reason, again, Capo Caco's already gone. Lafreniere has been underwhelming for a number 1 pick, and he's now stuck there probably because I think he's a contract that's probably untradeable at this point. And really, you're only going to get a little bit of value with Panarin at this point because Panarin and him are very far apart. I would just say they hold on to him, but again, he doesn't want to be there. So you're going to have to trade him for less. Trocheck, you might get some value from because we've seen a lot of these like more well-rounded centers still be a hot commodity with NHL teams during the trade market. Ryan O'Reilly was a big one with the Blues. We saw that with Nazem Kadri I mentioned last show. Is going to be one that he was valuable with Colorado. So Trocheck's that type of player that still might get it. That's really all you're getting with it. Zibanejad's on a downturn. Igor, you're not going to trade him. He's your goalie of the future. But again, I agree. You should have never paid him over almost $2 million more.
Another Chris Drury move.
Yeah, but that's not reading the market. Connor Hellebuck was the Vezina winner and it got a contract of $10 million. Ottinger got a little less than that, and both are better goalies than Igor
Speedy,
is.
just think about this. You had Capo Caco, who's the number 2 pick, who they traded away, who, by the way, only has 5 goals in Seattle this year. And you have Alexis Lafreniere, who was the number 1 pick. The number 1 pick. He had 53 or 54 goals going into the draft. Everybody was comparing his skill to, I think it was Sidney Crosby. This guy's nowhere close to Sidney Crosby. To me, he's a 4th-line player at best. Think about it. The Rangers haven't developed a great player in years. And don't give me Adam Fox because he wasn't their guy. Yeah. They didn't draft him. Carolina did.
And that's not Drury's guy either. That was the regime before that. So it's not like you could give Chris Drury credit for him. Like, again, there's a few good moves that maybe he made in
Who?
short term. Right,
Who?
in short term. That's my point. Those were the beginning of that core, which got the Rangers to their surprise 2022 run. And those trade deadline moves helped. And he's living off of that. Meanwhile, the next year, and I'll admit, I fell for the next year in 2023 because I thought they were finally getting the veteran leadership they needed, getting Tarasenko, getting Kane. I actually picked them. I was right about Vegas winning the Cup. I picked the Rangers to win the East that year. I was wrong. But since then, the core has been very broken.
Speedy, you are a diehard Ranger fan. And I know Fish is a Ranger fan. And everybody here besides me is probably a Ranger fan. You can't sit here today and tell me that you're happy for where the Rangers are going and where the Rangers are probably going to be for the next 3 to 4 years, because this rebuilding is going to take a while. Look how long it took the Islanders to rebuild this team. And again, they made a great move for Bo Horvat. It looks like Lamoriello has won that trade because look at the guys that they gave up. They're nobodies. And Bo Horvat's one of the leading scorers that's on Team Canada this year in the NHL. So it looks like the Islanders are riding or dying with that trade, and it worked out for them. And then they landed arguably one of the best prospects the NHL has seen in the last 10 years and got lucky with them. The Rangers are trying to do the same thing, but guess what? They're all old, and nobody wants these guys, and they gave them the one thing you shouldn't give them. No movement clauses. You don't give an older player a no movement clause, because that means they're only going to just sit. The only way they're going to be traded is if they go where they want to go, and usually that never happens. So you're caught in the crossfire of crap, and that's where the Rangers are right now. And I got news for you guys: the Rangers are going to be they're going to be bad for a while.
You do that if you're a crap GM, though, Errol. If you're bad at your job and you go, oh, I know what's going to get him to say yes, I'll give him a no movement clause. Yeah, of course he'll say yes. Now you have no leverage. You're only supposed to give those to your absolute star players, if anybody. And he gave it to half the team. And look at what's going on now. They have to get rid of all these guys. They can't. I mean, Panarin's gone. I don't know what they're going to get for him. It's not as much as they should.
Barely anything.
Not much.
But he's gone. They're going to have to do it because it's a big cap number and they need the space. So they're going to do that. That's the smart move to do first. And then Lafreniere they're going to get rid of because he still has some value because someone's going to be dumb enough to think that they can fix him. And that's the first two moves. I really hope that they don't get rid of Trocheck. But again, you know, Errol, they don't need to
war though the most because teams love those types of centers.
But Speedy, they don't need to rebuild. They're just retooling. Yeah. They're just doing a little here and a little there because this is a team that could make it to the Cup right now. Just a little retooling.
They had
with prospects. Center depth and defense depth.
They had prospects, and they decided to part ways with some of them. And Drury just doesn't know how to bring these guys up slowly and gradually so they can develop. And then they bring in these guys that don't like to work with younger players. They're veteran coaches that want to go with veteran players. They made mistakes. And I'm not saying Sullivan is a mistake. He works very good with the younger players. We've seen him do that with the Pittsburgh Penguins all those years. But the problem here is they had a coach, and he's now coaching the Edmonton Oilers. They decided to let him flee away to the Edmonton Oilers. And look how successful the Edmonton Oilers have been since he left and went over there to the Edmonton Oilers. So it's always been Chris Drury, and that was under Chris Drury's watch. It always has been Chris Drury's watch. And Chris Drury had the right guy, and he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to give it to Peter Laviolette because he's the bigger name, and he made the mistake. And now the Rangers it's been costly for the Rangers organization because the development of some of these young guys, some of these Boston College players that they have right now, and honestly, they're playing in the AHL and juniors and all this other stuff. When are we going to see that next superstar that's going to be called up for the Rangers? Could we remember the last superstar player the Rangers have had that they developed? Could you remember the last one?
I mean, it's Fox, isn't it? Fox is the last great player they got.
They didn't draft him. Carolina drafted.
Yeah, you're probably going back to the Tortorella era group there.
Who was it?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's how far back, and then
further than that.
Yeah,
Knobloch was probably their coach though in the minors. Whoever it was.
Knobloch it definitely affected that. But I think they also just have a player development issue in general.
Honestly, the last player development player that they had in their farm system was the Neil Smith era, and that's Brian Leach. That's the last player that I can remember as a Ranger, quote unquote, that they brought up over the years and developed it. Mike Richter and Brian Leach. Those are the only two guys that I can remember that I could pick out. And Shesterkin is also, he's a development guy, but so I won't put a goaltender. A regular player, it's Brian Leach. That's it.
Yeah, the Rangers have always developed a goaltender as well. But yeah.
Sergei Zubov was a good player. They brought him up.
I guess you can count JT Miller, sort of, but he wasn't good for them.
He was too streaky. He wasn't a great player with the Rangers until he went
with the Rangers.
Yeah, so it really, if it's Neil Smith, and what do the Rangers do to the guys like Neil Smith? They never invite him back to games. They never let him go into the press box. They treat him like garbage. This guy was the last big GM that they had that won a Stanley Cup in '94, that drafted the right players and built an organization around young talent and veterans. He was the one that made the trade for Mark Messier. He was the one that made the trade for Adam Graves. He was the one that moved players around to bring in Steve Larmer and all those other guys. But guess what? The Ranger fans forgot about him because the Rangers haven't won since then. And they keep talking about Henrik Lundqvist. Yeah, he was a great goalie. The Rangers have always had great goalies. Never great players that they built from their farm systems. And why? Because of terrible GMs like Chris friggin' Drury. The guy's a loser. He stinks. He's a worthless piece of garbage. And I don't want to hear James Dolan go out there on social media and say, hey, we believe in this guy. I believe that this guy is going to figure things out. He hasn't figured it out in 5 years. What makes you think he's going to figure it out in the next 7? So it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. How many great coaches does he need to hire for James Dolan to open up his eyes and realize this guy's a moron, an absolute moron, a tool bag. You want to retool because he's a tool. That's why.
Yeah, and it's an organizational issue, too, when you look at they're trying to be flashy all the time, and they're just missing a lot of the little things. Even on their contending teams, like they're always missing center depth. They're always missing physicality in the playoffs, it seems like. They're always missing those small things because they want to go for flash, both with the coaches and with the players that they bring in. They trade for Rick Nash, flashy guy, sign Panarin, flashy guy. Like, these guys have just disappointed in the playoffs, and it's just they're stuck in a philosophy that no matter how much they retool or how much they could get little gems of the third line to develop, guys like Cooley and Lava that actually have been pretty good for their expectations of prospects. They still have the Capo Cacos that flop massively, the Lafrenières that flop massively when they come up. And the Rangers just have an organizational structure issue because they try to be too flashy and not either fully rebuild or commit to the right types of players. And it's a big problem that they have. And that's why they might be, I'm not saying they're like dysfunctional where they're as badly run as a team like Buffalo, but they haven't been as good as they should be for a team with that kind of reputation.
Well, it's about time that we all get it off our chest because as a Ranger fan, it's been driving me crazy watching them, thinking that look, it's a rebuild. It's not a retool. They have to tear the whole thing down. And I agree. I would prefer if it was someone besides Drury. I mean, everyone was complaining about John Davidson before Drury. I didn't think he was that bad. I thought he made some smart roster decisions. I thought the letter that they wrote the first time was curious. And then Drury makes the same mistake, writing the same stupid kind of letter to the fans when it's obvious all your moves failed, dude. You failed. And you're pretending like all you have to do is retool. No, you gotta light it on fire. You gotta get the cap down. You gotta figure out who your core 4 guys are. Obviously, Shesterkin's going to be one of them because no one's going to take that contract. So you might as well keep him because he's good. And then, I don't know. For me, I love how Trocheck plays. He's from, I think he's from Pennsylvania. He's from the air, not that far away. I love that guy. I love Fox. I hope he can get healthy. I don't want you to give up on him early. And I think you identify one other guy. And then you just get rid of everybody and you go young. Well, what's the point? You got 48 points. You're not going anywhere. Stop pretending like you need to retool, idiot.
You brought up Trocheck being from Pennsylvania. That was one of my Tic Tac No questions. Is the active leader of Pennsylvania.
That's
points
right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's no Let's Parlay. So when we come back, we have a couple more great segments. We have In Like Flynn. We're going to get into that college point shaving scandal and dial it up. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple more stories before we go through the scores this evening. Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield pulled no punches when the Falcons announced that Kevin Stefanski would be their next head coach on Monday. Mayfield and Stefanski were together at the beginning of Mayfield's career in 2020 and 2021, but Mayfield was unceremoniously dumped by the Browns after playing through an injury to his throwing shoulder. Mayfield has not forgotten it and revealed that Stefanski never had the dignity to contact his former quarterback since their breakup 5 years ago. After Stefanski answered a question that mentioned Deshaun Watson and Mayfield as failed quarterbacks in Cleveland during an opening presser, Stefanski worked with them and Baker responded on social saying, "Failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text/call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach." Falcons fans, you may have a better offensive coach finally, but it looks like Baker is going to have something special for your asses twice a year for the foreseeable future. The inevitable shoe is about to drop in the NFL as discussions this offseason will revolve around adding an 18th game to the NFL schedule. While this has been heavily criticized by the Players Association as well as health experts in related fields over the past few years, the money is there for the league owners and the players, which will put this over the top. On Tuesday, Patriots owner Robert Kraft said the league wants to remove a preseason game in favor of an 18th game, and each team would then have at least one international game on their schedule. We're going to push like the Dickens now to make international more important with us. Every team will go to 18-2, as in regular season and preseason game ratio, and eliminate one of the preseason games. Every team, every year, will play one game overseas. Part of the reason is so we can continue to grow the cap and keep our labor happy. Kraft, who's 84 years old, apparently wants the 18-game schedule as part of his storied legacy to go along with his 6 Super Bowl wins, the Patriots dynasty of Belichick and Brady, and his other issues in Florida that have been massaged out of his bio in most places. At no point was an extra bye week mentioned, or the fact that many players make teams because of preseason games and get exposure they wouldn't have normally gotten. Imagine if the Giants never saw Victor Cruz light up the Jets that year in the 3rd preseason game. I personally don't want to play that thought experiment. Hopefully the NFL doesn't either. All right, games going on right now in the NBA. It's 85-84 Spurs over the Jazz, 3:35 in the third. 8:47 remaining in the half. It is 43-36 Clippers over the Lakers in the Battle of LA over there. Portland has a 46-41 lead on the Heat with 8:27 left in the half, and all other games are final. Hornets 124, Magic 97. Sixers outlast the Rockets in overtime 128-122. Nuggets 107, Wizards 97, and Mavericks 123, Warriors 115, and the Bulls 120, Timberwolves 115. In hockey, we have a couple games still going. At the end of the second, it's 5-1 Penguins over the Oilers, and it's all tied at 1 with 14:26 remaining in the second period between the Red Wings and Wild. Finals earlier, Bruins 4, Golden Knights 3, Sabres 4, Canadiens 2. In a shootout, the Blackhawks beat the Hurricanes 4-3. It was 1-0, a shutout. The Blue Jackets beat the Stars 5-3, Predators over Senators. And in a shootout, the Panthers beat the Jets 2-1. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
All plays with themselves. Go action.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call this In Like Flint.
Welcome to Sherwood, my lady. I've often heard that you'd give me a warm welcome if ever we met again.
In Like Flynn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this week's In Like Flynn, I was thinking very, very deep. And I thought of greatest coaches in professional sports history. I think you guys are going to like this one. So I went on Bleacher Report, and they have the top 50. And I was questioning the way they put this together. At number 10, they have Red Auerbach. And Red Auerbach is one of the greatest coaches of all time. Those championship Boston Celtic runs in the 40s and 50s. I mean, this guy was as great a coach in basketball we've ever seen. I mean, Phil Jackson took a lot of his style in his triangle offense through Red Auerbach's style of game. And there's no question he's one of the greatest of all time.
Before you get to this and when we rebuttal, what were you going on of best coach? Like, is it championships or is it like creating?
I'm looking at their whole careers and what they did as a playoff coach, and obviously what they did in the regular season. And Red Auerbach is one of the greatest coaches in professional sports history. 10, that's crazy. There were a lot of great coaches, but he's definitely higher than 10. So at number 10, I'm going to go somewhere different. I'm going to go with Eddie Robinson. And I don't know if anybody knows who Eddie Robinson was. First of all, Eddie Robertson spent 57 years from 1941 to 1997 dedicating his heart and soul to, obviously, the Grambling State football program, where he had a combined record of 408 and 165. This guy was a sensational basketball coach, and I'm definitely gonna. I'm sorry, football coach. I'm just a basketball football coach. So I'm gonna go with Eddie Robinson at number 10. So I'm moving Red Auerbach down. At number 9, they have Paul Brown. I would agree with them. Paul Brown was a great football coach. Obviously, high school football, college football. So I would go with Paul Brown. Definitely, he would be sitting there at number. Now, Newt, I don't even know how to pronounce Rockney. I don't even know much about this guy. I see they're looking at his record, and obviously he was 105, 12, and 5. And he was a 3-time national champion. I wouldn't put him there. There's a lot of other guys I would put in front of him. I would put at number 8, I'm going to put Al Arbor. This guy was a 4-time Stanley Cup champion, 4 times in a row. We haven't seen a Stanley Cup champion team like the New York Islanders in the 80s. This guy was the face of the New York Islanders rebuilding stage of the 80s and was the face of the great New York Islanders from the 70s. In late 70s and early 80s. So I'm going to go Al Arbor at number 8. At number 7, Pete Newell. I wouldn't put Pete Newell there. I go outside of the box in some of the great coaches of our time. I'm going to go at number 7, Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson is one of the winningest basketball coaches of all time. I mean, he's won 13 with 2 championships he won with the New York Knicks. They had Phil Jackson at 12. He should be higher than that. So I'm going with Phil Jackson at number 7. At number 6, they have Don Shula. I think Don Shula should be one above this, but I would go at number 6, not Don Shula. I go Red Auerbach at number 6 here. At number 5, I would go with Don Shula. Don Shula is one of the greatest Dolphins coaches, one of the greatest NFL coaches of all time. So I would put him there. At number 5, they have Scotty Bowman. I would put Scotty Bowman there. This is the greatest hockey coach of all time, winningest hockey coach of all time. special player, a special coach, was a good hockey player when he played. So I would put Scotty Bowman at number 5 as well. At number 4, Bear Bryant. I know a lot of people like Bear Bryant and obviously give him a lot of respect. I don't know if I put Bear Bryant here. There's a lot of great coaches and a lot of people that I would look at. I'm going to put Bill Belichick here. Bill Belichick is one of the greatest. And they didn't even have Bill Belichick in the top 10, which is crazy. So Bill Belichick is one of the greatest, winningest coaches in NFL history. You could argue he's the greatest NFL coach of all time. So I would absolutely put Bill Belichick there. At number 3, they have Dean Smith. I'm taking Dean Smith out of here. Okay. I am not a Carolina fan. I'm a Coach K fan, which they have him at 18. I'm going with Coach K at number 3. To me, one of the greatest basketball minds in not only in NCAA history, in basketball history, coaching the Olympic team. This guy was really rebuilding. He was the guy that rebuilt that Olympic team into a championship gold medal team. So I'm going to go with Coach K at number 3.
I would say Coach K too, Errol. I don't know if you've ever saw this segment or whatever, but he made sure every player knew the dudes that welcomed them into the arena, all like the guards, all everything. And that was important to him. And they had a test, who are they? Their names. And I think that's makes something great bigger than what you are as a coach. You're creating young men to be men, and how respectful that is to know who's actually taking care of you. I think that's awesome.
I'm not attacking Dean Smith. I think Dean Smith is a great basketball coach. I would put him outside of my top 10. The fact that they had Coach K at number 18 is a catastrophe. And you're just looking at numbers or whatever you're trying to compare this to. Coach K to me is great. Besides, and I shouldn't be giving this away because John Wooden is the greatest basketball coach of all time as far as college basketball is concerned. So he's in my top 2. But I'm sorry. Coach K is, to me, the second greatest basketball coach of all time. He changed NCAA basketball, and those championship Duke teams are some of the best we've ever seen in college basketball history. And look at the recruiting classes they get still. All right, at number 2, I will move both these guys. So they have Vince Lombardi at number 2. I disagree. I have John Wooden as my number 2. John Wooden is the greatest college basketball coach of all time. The national championships that he's won, I mean, obviously, the period where he won 7 in a row is just, it's going to be untouchable. But nobody's ever going to come close to that. And UCLA was, at that time, one of the greatest basketball programs in the world. So I love John Wooden, but John Wooden's my number 2. My number 1 is Vince Lombardi. This guy changed football. He changed the history of football. And everybody, including Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells, and all the great coaches we've seen, Tom Coughlin, over the years, not just in New York, but all over, everybody will tell you they got something from Vince Lombardi. Everybody. The Lombardi Trophy, the championship trophy, is named after Vince Lombardi. They have Broadway shows about him, everything. This guy was the face of the NFL for a very long time. The Green Bay Packers, he built the Green Bay Packers to superstardom. Bart Starr, everybody. And everything that the Green Bay Packers stand for all came from Vince Lombardi. So I have Vince Lombardi at number 1, John Wooden at number, John Wooden at number 2. So, and Coach K at number 3. So there you go. Those are my top 10 coaches of all time. And listen, everybody has their own thoughts to it. If you're a Carolina fan, you'd have Dean Smith. I mean, look at the guys that came out of the draft. I mean, Michael Jordan was a guy that Dean Smith brought in, James Worthy. I mean, there were a lot of great Carolina players that came from Vince Carter. All these guys that we've seen over the years come out of Carolina basketball history came from Dean Smith. And Roy Roy Williams and all these other guys that obviously were coaching under him. Roy Williams is in my top 20. He was a great basketball coach. So a lot of these older guys, I don't remember, so I can't put them there.
Whoever wrote this article was basically like college football historian.
How is Bill Belichick not in the top 10? How the hell is Bill Belichick not in the top 10? This guy is the winningest. I don't even think he's in the top 20. Connie Mack, I'm looking. George Hollis, I'm looking still. Dan Gamble, Mike Krzyzewski, Casey Stengel. I mean, Bob Knight. He's not even in the top 20. There he is, 21.
Oh, 21, wow.
21, Bill Belichick is sitting. Arguably the greatest football coach. Some people say the greatest coach of all time, and he's 21. Good job, Bleacher Report. Good job. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is my in like Flynn. Oh, all right. This scandal is a very interesting scandal, ladies and gentlemen. One that I think a lot of people are going to have their own thoughts to. A federal indictment in Pennsylvania earlier this week revealed that 39 players and 17 men's college basketball teams were involved in a point shaving scandal dating back from 2023 to 2024 season. Authorities mention many players taking bribes ranging from $10,000 to $30,000 in order to fix college basketball games and intentionally underperform for their clients to win big bets. The people betting on these games won over millions of dollars and would pay the players back in NIL deals. The indictment also revealed that a scandal against former LSU and Chicago Bulls guard Antonio Blakeney, right? Blakeney, who started, I don't even know who he is, manipulating his own performances in the Chinese Basketball League beginning in September of 2022. 20 of the 26 players that were confirmed guilty of this scandal played from 2023 to 2025, while 4 other players are still enrolled to their teams this year. This includes
Kennesaw
State's Simone Cottle, right? Cottle?
Simeon.
I'm sorry?
Simeon
Cottle. I don't even know who this is, who is a favorite for a Conference USA Player of the Year and is averaging 20.2 points per game, which is 29th in all of college basketball. There were no power conference schools listed in the scandal, but teams like Buffalo, Fordham, Tulane, and St. Louis were among 17 schools that were caught. All right. There's a lot in this conversation. And honestly, there's going to be more in this scandal. And again, betting scandals are going to happen. We've had different people on this show talking about betting and sports betting and how it's become legalized here in the States. And eventually it'll be in every single state in America. And when that happens, it's going to open up doors for stuff like this to happen. This has been going on for years. Sports betting in college has been going on since the 70s, since the mafia. And the mafia has been behind these sports and these sports betting and these situations for really maybe even since the 60s and the 50s. I mean, Mickey Mantle said that many, many times he's been the mafia reached out to him and asked him if he can, shave something in baseball. And Mickey Mantle said that, and he claims he never did it. But there's a lot of different players in the past that have come out saying that they've had the opportunity to do that and they never did it. The fact that these stories are coming out now and it's starting from, it really has happened between 2023 to 2025, and it's continuing to happen. It's only going to get worse. Tim Donaghy was on our show and he said, what sport is it going to affect the most? And he said, college basketball. And I said, why? And why do you think that? And he said, well, because college basketball, it's probably one of the easiest ways to shave points where nobody's going to notice it as much as you're going to notice in professional basketball. The professional basketball players are elite players, the best players in the world. And college basketball players don't have, most teams have maybe 2 good players, and the rest of the players are all right, decent, maybe half decent on the roster. So am I surprised this is going on? I don't know who Simone Cottle is. I don't know much about that. He is the Conference USA Player of the Year. I don't know much about him. And I'll dig more deeper into this story when I get a chance to. But the fact that you're hearing that Fordham's a great broadcasting school, one of the best in the country, and you're hearing players do this, Tulane and St. Louis, these are not top collegiate schools, but they're schools. And if they're getting away with it, why can't top collegiate schools like Carolina or Duke or St. John's get away with this? And now that the NIL deals are multi-million-dollar deals, and you're hearing guys like, I don't know, Rick Pitino come out and say that he'd rather bring in older players, 26, 27-year-old players that want to come back and play college basketball. He's willing to go that route with paying them NIL deals and money that they couldn't imagine to see, than the younger players that you're going to have to build, or you're going to have a one-and-done player in the next 1 or 2 years. So I think to me, it's very, very important that college basketball and college football figure this out a lot quicker than the professional sports do, because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, in basketball, it's especially easy to be able to cover this kind of thing up if you're a smaller school, because basketball is the one sport I think almost all Division I schools have. Like, not all of them have a football program, not all of them have hockey, et cetera, like that. There's like 336, I believe, Division I basketball teams. Like, so something a smaller school like Kennesaw State. I know of Kennesaw State because they made the tournament 3 years ago. I picked them in an upset, they blew it. But again,
I remember that.
Yeah, they were a 14-3, and that was the first year they ever made the NCAA tournament. And there's going to be a lot of schools like that. A lot of the schools that were listed in that report are schools that have made it as a 16 seed. Errol, you remember the kid we interviewed that forgot his phone in the locker?
Yes.
Yeah. His school was listed, North Carolina A&T. They were another one of those schools that were listed. They made it as a 16 seed as one of those play-in teams. And then I think I ended up losing to getting smoked by Gonzaga or something like that.
But I don't know who Antonio Blackney is. I don't know anything about him.
I don't remember him either.
I don't remember him. I don't remember him in college basketball. I don't remember him with the Chicago Bulls. I don't remember anything about the guy. That he played in the Chinese basketball league, had no clue. Mm-hmm. The fact here is that the NCAA needs to crack down on this, and need to crack down on this quick, because it's only going to get worse. And
how do you do that though?
Well,
how do you combat the, like, because, with all of technology and everything that they have now, like, how do you combat that where it's so readily available for all of these kids?
Take away prop bets. Take away prop bets. That's it. For college basketball and NBA, take away prop bets, because that's the easiest way to build in any other sport. In baseball, it's harder to pick prop bets in baseball, and hockey. If you're going with Connor McDavid, you're not going to make any money with the big name players. So prop bets in hockey are very hard to pick. In football, also very hard to pick prop bets in football. The easiest sport to pick prop bets in is basketball. That's why if you ask Jeff, you ask a betting person, where do you go? What sport do you go with prop bets? Soccer and basketball. Why? Because if this guy's a rebounder, he averages about a double a game, he's probably going to average a double a game. So if he's playing in 62 games and 13 of the games he's not getting a double, I'm going to bet that he's going to get a double in that game. So I mean, honestly, and who the great players are. If you're watching the NCAA March Madness, by studying March Madness before they pick the tournament and how they're going to rank everybody, because they talk about who the 2 or 3 top players are on the team. So you already know right there who's going to get the majority of the points in those games and who's going to get the majority assists and rebounds. So you're already in a position where you can make a prop bet in college basketball. And all a guy needs to do is not pass the ball once or twice and don't hit his totals. And the betting man wins and he pays him his NIL money. So it's a big problem in college basketball. And I think Tim Donaghy Tim Donaghy had it right. College basketball, to me, and the NBA There has to be something done in that sport out of all the sports, because prop betting is the easiest way to win money.
Yeah, it's the easiest sport to control because you have the ball in your hand. You can control an outcome of not shooting the ball or passing the ball when you have an assist prop or something like that. And I want to reference something that our friend Dan Purcell said as well, too, which he was mentioning the smaller schools being able to manipulate it more because they don't have the difference of them versus the worst NBA team is going to be light years ahead because the recruiting power with these power schools, especially now, like you said, with the NIL deals even more, is going to be a much bigger gap. You're going to have cases in this case, like somebody like Cottle, that's a high scoring guy on a smaller school team, but there's only maybe 3 or 4% of teams that might even have that among smaller school teams, hundreds of smaller school teams there. You can just cover it up by saying, oh, I'm not going to score a lot anymore. We're going to get smoked in this game anyway. It's a very easy thing to cover up, but these players are going to do that to get their boost.
It's prop betting.
Yeah.
It's absolutely. Jabba, you want to know the honest opinion? Take away prop betting in college basketball and NBA basketball. You do that, this wouldn't be going on. I promise you. They would not.
But it's gone on for a long time. And
it's been going on for 100 years, like Snug is saying over here in the group message over here on YouTube. No question.
And not wrong. And it's getting bigger too. And obviously with NIL deals and all the things that we've seen with gambling that has gone on, it's not going to change because you're going to have guys now that get the NIL deals, which it comes into play. I'm not disagreeing with that, where it's like, hey, if you hit the unders on your 4.5 assists or whatever, and you just don't pass the ball and you take a crappy shot or something where you hit the unders, you're getting paid either way. So I don't necessarily know I don't think it's prop betting at this point because it's going to go on. And I don't think taking that away is going to change anything.
There's going to be some for a smaller school that's going to be less obvious, but Jabba, you could create an implementation of, like, there's going to be cases of players deliberately missing shots.
100%. And I'm reading what Jeff is saying in the group message. He says it's not prop betting. It's clown conversation. Yes, it is prop betting. What do you not see? If you look at the NBA right now, if you look at, if you're betting, and I'm not a betting like person like Jeff is when it comes to soccer and basketball. What I do know is all these stories that have come out, it is about scoring or not getting an assist or a rebound. It's prop betting. That's prop betting, is it not? Is that not what you call prop betting? It's prop betting. So it's been going on for a very, very long time. To say that it's not, if you take away prop betting, then this would, I believe, would stop. That's what I would say. That's the only way.
But they're going to find a way either way. It doesn't matter if you take prop betting away or not. They're going to find, like, we were getting, $100 handshakes and this, that, and another thing. But you have a choice too. But now it's like with the NIL deals, it's like, okay, if you do it, like now you have this. All kids have their phones. They know exactly like what things are. They look them up. Like I literally had a bunch of college kids at my house all Christmas break. And what were they doing? They were betting. And I don't think you take that away because they're going to find another avenue on how to try and get this done. Am I saying it's right? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. But I don't think there's ever going to not be a way for people to get into the betting world with these athletes.
No, I'm just saying basketball. I'm saying basketball.
No, I'm saying in general, but basketball too. Like, okay, so now you're going to do it. Like, can you win this game? Hey, I'll give you another 50 grand on your NIL if you don't do that. Like, they're going to find different ways to go.
We have a caller. Let's put him through. Let's hear him. Jeff, what's up?
It's not the prop betting, boys. It's literally not the prop betting. Like, you can try to regulate whatever you want to try to regulate here, but there's also offshore books that will still carry prop bets. So there's no ending it. The only way to end it is harsher penalties. If they get caught, they get banned from sports and a prison sentence, right? Make the laws tougher. There's literally no way around it. And then the other thing that's lost in all the sauce here is, do you know how these guys got caught gambling?
No.
The sports books caught them. They monitor all the action. So if it hadn't been for the sports books flagging the action and contacting the FBI, you wouldn't even know about it. Because if they, this is how retarded these guys are. They're such bozos, right? They think no one's watching them. If they really wanted to get down this money and get away with it, they wouldn't go to Sportsbook. They would go to Vinny the mobster at the local bar and try to get the money down. You're laughing, but that's the way to do it.
No, you're saying all these small schools have mafia connections.
I'm speaking about getting prop betting away from DraftKings and the big companies, MGM. And I'm
First of all, don't take away my rights.
I'm just saying for basketball, not any other sport. Because
you're never gonna. But that's never gonna happen because it's such a moneymaker.
I know.
And the people that are catching them are the sports books.
I got it. I'm just, my opinion is, if you just do that, this wouldn't be going on. But it still would be going on. Yes, it would. Illegally. Yes, 100%.
But it doesn't matter because you'd still be able to bet on the game, right? And the game would be. I'm just throwing out two teams here. Say St. John's is playing Long Island University. There's still going to be a spread on that game that they could still try to shave points from.
Yeah, that's true.
So the props don't matter.
I guess you're right, but
yeah, if you're on the underdog of a spread,
I'm right. I just gave you the exact scenario.
Well,
I'm right.
Well, Tim Donaghy was on our show, and he begs to differ on it. He begged to differ on that. He says college basketball is probably the worst when it comes to all sports. When it comes to prop betting. And he says that he said, get rid of prop betting in college basketball and this wouldn't be going on. That's what he said.
He's another bozo. He's an idiot that got caught. You want to take the guy's advice that got caught? What a bozo.
Thank you, Jeff. We love you.
I mean, but you're never going to, like, the sports books are there. The sports books are literally the ones catching it.
I got you.
Right?
I got you.
Like, look at the Ife, what's that dude's name? Ife, the
Mizuhara.
translator.
Yes.
Right? That dude got hemmed up like that. He never gets caught, like literally never gets caught if it weren't for a different FBI probe that he got wrangled into. Right. He literally would never get caught because he wasn't gambling with a sports book. Legalizing it has given people the ability to catch the cheaters.
Which I think that's what Tim said too.
Yes.
Tim did say that
right?
too. Yes.
So like that's part of it. But the other part of it is like gambling is new here, right? Gambling's relatively in its infancy here. Do you know where they've been gambling forever?
Europe.
In Europe.
Yeah.
In Europe, it's been going on forever. And they hardly have any of the cheating scandals because they have harsher rules. Look at what happened to forgetting what the kid's name was. He was like an older player and he got caught getting some money down. And they were like, they pee-whacked him and they said 5-year ban from the game.
Wow.
Like if you take away, let's just use LeBron, right? Not that he is, there's no accusations here. Let's just say LeBron was getting down like some money on a game and they said, sorry, 5-year ban. Do you think LeBron wants to lose, what's he making, $60 million a year?
He doesn't want to lose the Hall of Fame either. He doesn't want to lose any of his...
Right, you think he's going to lose $300 million because some jackwagon wanted to get down $50 grand?
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with everything that you're saying here when it comes to the sports betting.
Look at Terry Rozier, bro. Look at Terry Rozier. Those meat whistles were trying to get down. Right. Those guys were trying to get down 50 grand a game. And Terry Rozier lost 27 million a year. There isn't even enough games in the season at 50 grand a year for Terry Rozier to get that money down to make up 27 million a year.
Wow.
Not possible.
Well, Jeff, you gave us some great takes and great lines. We love you, man. Thank you for calling.
Yes. Don't take away my rights.
That was Jeff from Tampa. I actually agree with a lot of things that Jeff said. And if there's anybody that knows about sports betting, it's this guy because he lives when it comes to sports betting. So I'm not, but meat whistle, I've never heard anything like that. That's interesting. Meat whistle.
Tommy, start up the Jeff soundboard. It'll be the first bit.
Banana Lands. I have a drop for Jeff. So one of these days we'll get Jeff on and I'll have the drop. So it'll be perfect. Welcome to Banana Land.
Home of the meat whistles.
Home of the meat whistle. Listen, when it comes to college sports and when it comes to sports betting, that's the guy I would speak to. But I disagree with him. If you have DraftKings or you have one of those big MGM or one of the big betting companies, and I know you can do it offshore. Jeff is right. You can absolutely do that. You can do that with a local guy at a bar, a mafia guy. Yes, absolutely. But if you want to try to stop this from happening, take it away from all the big ones, the DraftKings, the MGMs, and all that other stuff. I know Jeff doesn't want to hear that, but that's what Tim Donaghy said. So, but Tim Donaghy did say the same thing that Jeff said. He did.
Well, it should be accelerated because it's legal. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And he's absolutely right about everything that he said. And yes, harsher penalties is a way of doing it. Yep. It's interesting if that'll ever come to fruition. I don't know if that will ever come to fruition. I think Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and Jones are going to get away with this. I do. It's buried. Have we heard anything about it?
No.
Has anybody heard anything about this since it's happened? No. It's buried. The NBA buried it. And I don't think we're going to hear much about this for the next couple of years. It's going to completely disappear. I think the NBA will find a way to keep these three guys out of jail. That's what I think. Mm-hmm. And Tim Donaghy, because David Stern wanted to make a point across, he made sure that Tim Donaghy got his point, David Stern's point across by sending this guy to jail for a significant amount of time. So, I mean, Tim has a point and why he wants to get into the ring with
100%.
If David Stern was still alive, I would love to see that, but may he rest in peace. It's horrible when you think about how the NBA treated Tim and not treating some of the other guys that have been getting away with it. And again, you have Porter Jr.'s brother, who was banned from the league because he's a no-name. But if it was Giannis or LeBron, or if LeBron is really a part of that scandal, they will bury that because LeBron has been a face and a spokesman for the NBA for all these years since Jordan and Kobe have left.
Which is probably gonna be the same case here because they're making examples out of these small schools.
Yep. They'll try to push away some of the big schools because they don't want the SEC schools or the ACC schools or any of the big schools, the big basketball programs, to be thrown under the rug. So, I mean, over the whatever they say, because they'll throw it under the rug. They don't want to throw it over the bus. Whatever. You know what I'm saying. Anyways, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports news segment. Errol doesn't know what stories are coming. He's going to give us a take, and then we're going to respond to his take before we move on to the next one. Boys, here we go. We got a couple of real good ones, and it's going to be updated tonight. Well, if you were paying attention to the Golden State Warriors, you know that they lost Jimmy Buckets for the season, tore his ACL, not going to be back. They're in trouble. They've been struggling even with Jimmy Buckets. One of the big bones of contention has been the play, or lack thereof more specifically, of Jonathan Kuminga, who they, as we said in the offseason, was a guy they were looking to move. He has not been moved. Comes out that he is demanding a trade. Well, the general manager these days is former player Mike Dunleavy Jr., who happened to say, well, a guy who puts in a trade demand, there has to be a market for him to be traded. There has to be some demand in that market. Throwing a shot on the fact that Kuminga kind of sucks and hasn't been any good in his NBA career. He is currently out of the rotation. They put him back in, and of course he got hurt jogging earlier tonight and taken out of the game. I don't think we're going to see too much of him until he's traded. Errol, what a shit show this is in a year that Steph Curry's still playing well. Dial it up!
Here's what I'm going to say. Unfortunately, this might be the last year Steve Kerr is going to be there. There's no reason for him to stay there. It's funny because I was watching Pardon the Interruption today, and they were talking about how Steph Curry and Draymond Green are on the back 18 right now of their careers. They're done. They have no future at all. At one point, they had a top draft pick and they traded it away. The third pick in the draft. They traded him away because they didn't think he was any good when he was one of the best, more talented prospects in the draft. They just haven't developed players ever since they brought in Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. They eventually brought in Kevin Durant, and they just haven't found that optional player in the draft. And unfortunately, maybe because they've been so good for so many years and they're drafting at the tail end of the draft, but this is a team and an organization that demands winning. And losing Jimmy Buckets for the season is significant. He's getting paid a lot of money, and he still has another year, I think, left on his contract. He's making about $50 million a year. I don't know how you replace a player like that. I don't think they make the playoffs. I think they fall out. And Kuminga, stop. You want to be traded. Steve Kerr doesn't like him. Obviously, you can see that. There's a reason why Steve Kerr doesn't like him, probably because he bitches and moans in the locker room. I'm not surprised this is going on. Somebody will take Kuminga, maybe the Brooklyn Nets, but what are they going to get from the Brooklyn Nets? Michael Porter Jr.? I don't even think Michael Porter Jr. is going to be traded there. So that's all I got to say about that.
I mean, the Jimmy Butler thing really does put things in perspective, only in the sense that, like you were mentioning, this is a team that demands winning. Winning needs to happen right now. And they honestly started off really well this season. They honestly started off really strong. And like Fish said, Steph has been playing pretty well these last couple of weeks. This season, he has been playing pretty good. They've been slowing down recently. Jimmy Butler, of course, they weren't playing well with him. Now, without him, it makes you think, too, if he's going to be the same player when he comes back as well. He's already getting up there in age. Of course, he's one of the best scorers in the in the NBA playoffs within the last few years. But really, you look at them last year. Like I said, you look at them last year, you look at them in the playoffs, and then how they started this year. They were supposed to be on a bit of a tear this year. And with Kuminga definitely played his last game. I don't see Kuminga ever stepping on the court ever again with the Warriors. I know, like Fish said, he just said he got hurt today, so I don't know if Kuminga ever plays a game again with the Warriors.
All right, let's move on to the next story. We'll go from the pros to college football. And this one really surprised me, Errol. I kind of was shocked that this is a school that we both really like, their basketball program. Well, maybe you don't like their coach so much, but the basketball program you definitely like. And, of course, I'm talking about Duke. Now, Duke is suing their quarterback.
I heard about this.
Over transferring. Now, Mensa was their quarterback this year and was a $4 million NIL quarterback. He came over from Tulane. He leads Duke to the ACC championship, which we know led to basically Miami making the playoffs. A lot of people think, and as, of course, they went to the championship game, probably wouldn't have happened without Duke winning the ACC with some weird moves here. Anyway, the last day of the transfer portal, Mensa decides to go back on his word and said, actually, I am going to transfer. I'm not staying with Duke. Duke sues Mensa to not be allowed to use it. They call it a TRO, temporary restraining order. He can't, the suit fails, but the restraining order basically made it so that he cannot sign with another team until they go to court. So the transfer portal, he's getting screwed by Duke because now he can't pick his team, and it's basically he's in like limbo because of what they're doing to him. And Duke's complaining, hey, he signed a contract, he's supposed to fulfill these obligations, and they're basically saying people shouldn't be allowed to just rip up these NIL contracts. I don't know. It looks like Duke's trying to take on this whole NIL system right now, and in the process, screw over a kid who looks like he wants to take over for Carson Beck in Miami next year. Dial it up!
Well, I don't know if he wants to go to Miami. I don't know the kid personally. But Duke has a point, but you can't hold a kid up to going into the portal and deciding where he wants to go. Yes, he made a lot of money in NIL deals. He made $4 million. And yes, he should live up to the contract that he signed. Contracts are meant to be broken. And by the way, how many players have done this over and over and over again? College basketball and college football. They've been doing it since the portal opened up. So I'm not surprised that this kid wants to do that. So I understand what Duke is complaining about it, but there's no stopping this kid. He's going to wind up turning it around and suing Duke if he doesn't get a chance to play this coming year and lose out on a season where he's going to lose out on eligibility or lose out in maybe being an NFL, being drafted. So I think this is bad for Duke. I think it makes Duke look bad, and they're pouting about something they shouldn't and they can't control.
Yeah, there's a clause in his contract, and a judge actually already rejected what Duke was suing them for, because there's a clause in Mensa's NIL contract that says it must be allocated by an arbitrator. And then Duke was saying, oh, all the NIL deals that you got are signed through us already. Meanwhile, that wasn't actually a thing because he came over from Tulane. So they had some control over the first deals too.
Who cares?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Duke has any leverage at this point. Now, again, the Miami end of it is suspicious because I mentioned this when I did my Sports Minute on Tuesday. They actually are in hot water for another transfer, Xavier Scott, who is a corner who came over from Wisconsin, and Miami was kind of tampering with that too. So I don't know how much I believe their angle necessarily, but Duke does not have as much leverage right now, just based on Mensa's clause in that contract really being a big issue for them.
It's a weird one. I don't know what this system's just not going to last this way. It's obviously they got to come up with some new rules.
Broke. Well, they weren't prepared for this type of arbitrator clauses when they were doing all these transfers.
Well, everybody knew in the beginning this was going to be a broken situation. Ever since Caleb Williams got like that $7 or $8 million at USC, a lot of people have been complaining about it. So
USC was being under belief they were tampering with something then too.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Speaking of broken situations, what a great segue to Errol, your Philadelphia Eagles star wide receiver A.J. Brown. It came out this week that he requested to be traded multiple times this season, as early as week 3 after they beat the Rams. Apparently, not super happy. As you could tell all season blowing up on Sirianni. I think it probably about 3 or so times throughout the regular season and playoffs. Obviously had that drop at the end there, led to weird interaction around halftime. It's obviously not ending well. He might not be that guy that he was. He had lowest numbers in his career, didn't even broke 1,000 yards, barely 78 catches, 1,003. Still a good player, but Errol, his time in Philly looks like it might be at an end. Dial it up!
Well, we've heard that he didn't get along with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts didn't really want to throw him the ball. Smith was his number one target. So that was the story. And obviously, Nick Sirianni is not a likable person. We've heard this before. He almost got fired before they won the Super Bowl and went on that run for the Super Bowl last year. So obviously, Sirianni is going to be on the hot seat this year. He won a Super Bowl, so it protects him. But if they go short, they fall short again with the type of talent that they have on their roster, yeah, I think he gets fired. I think a lot of players are not a big fan of his. Saquon Barkley obviously is because he loves Saquon. But the fact here is that A.J. Brown doesn't get along with people. I think the year before, last year, during the Super Bowl run, he was reading books on the sidelines and obviously selling a book on Amazon because of it. How many people bought that book on Amazon because of him? He just, to me, his personality doesn't fit in a city where there's a lot of personality. So do I think he has still a career left in him? I do. I think he could play another year, maybe 2. He'd be a number 2 guy. He's not a number 1 guy anymore. You could tell he still has that ability to go up there and get the ball, but he reminds me of old Amari Cooper. That's where he is. And unfortunately, his time with the Philadelphia Eagles is over, and he knows it, and that's why he is throwing the Eagles coach, and he's throwing the Eagles organization under the bus before he's out of there.
I always thought it was going to be weird at some point because Devonta Smith is good enough to be a number 1 receiver if he was just a little bit bigger. You know what I mean? Like, the talent is just undeniable with that guy. Just doesn't have the size. And him and Brown made such a great pairing, especially when they had the run game with Saquon. You love Goddard, over the middle as a nice compliment to those guys. And it just didn't make sense why it stopped working, Errol. A lot of blame went to Jalen Hurts, But I think if you're gonna blame Jalen Hurts for anything, it's just not being able to mend the relationship with AJ Brown. I don't really know what happened. It's clear they had a falling out. Whatever it was, they never got on the same page. And I don't know if you could say that it cost them the season. I think it's just more of like emblematic of why the season. I think that and like probably a bunch of other smaller things with other positions, probably similar. Maybe not as dramatically, as demonstrative as AJ Brown was at times on the sideline, right? But I'm sure there were other things like that. It's hard to repeat. Pat Riley called it the curse of me or something. Everyone after you win the championship, everyone wants theirs, right? So I'm sure everyone wants more credit for getting there. And I just something happened, and the Eagles weren't there, and that's all that she wrote. Let's move on. This one's a fun one. If I can ever put these up, I'm going to. This one is just real simple. Goalie fight. We finally had a good one. Oh my goodness. I got the whole video for you. We're going to watch it together right now. Let's get it up. And hopefully the graphics work. Actually, I'm kind of a little worried about the graphics working right now, but we'll take a look at it if I can. Doesn't look like it's going to work for me. Here we go. All right. So the fight was just fantastic. Was it Sharks versus the Panthers? Now, in this one, we got to play on the boards. Very typical. But the goalie comes on over and gets involved. Well, on the other side of the ice is longtime veteran and Stanley Cup champion Sergei Bobrovsky, who is not going to let the goalie on the other team go and just do this. And what does he do? He takes it to him immediately in one of the first real great goalie fights we've had in a number of years. They say, and I don't know how to pronounce his name, Speedy, the Sharks, the Jelkovic, he's one of the only goalies ever who has a goal, an assist, and a fighting major in his career. But there it is, Bobrovsky sticking up for his teammates.
Love it.
Didn't help them in the game. They lost 4-1. Sharks are really good. But, the Panthers, you got to love seeing that. Errol, dial it up.
They're not winning enough this year, so he might as well go run out there, skate out there, and try to win a fight. Fun. It really is. It's fun. The last time I can remember a great goalie fight was when I was a kid. Kelly Rudy and Patrick Waugh. Do you remember that? That fight was ridiculous. Everything but somebody ripping off his skate and trying to kill him with it. Patrick Waugh can't stand Kelly Rudy. And Kelly Rudy, I know Kelly Rudy personally. And Kelly Rudy, every time I talked to Kelly Rudy, when I had him on the hockey show, he told me, he said, I can't stand that SOB. And watch, this guy is going to be a New York head coach. This was years ago, and now he's the Islanders head coach. It's a very funny story. Kelly is one of my favorites. Great personality. Told me Patrick Waugh's a dick. That's what he said. And Patrick Waugh is a troublemaker. He likes to talk crap in French on the ice. And listen, that's what you like to see. Hockey is all about the fighting. And that's what I think the NHL is trying to take it away. Over the years, trying to take things away from the sport that made the sport so special. So this is great to see when a goalie skates right across the ice and challenges another goalie. I remember another one, John Van Beesbroek. I think it was with Kelly Rudy too. Yeah, he skated across it and fought Kelly Rudy as well. Kelly Rudy and Ron Hextall were two guys that loved to fight. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Billy Smith from the Islanders too was another one that liked to fight in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s. Islanders goaltending championship goaltender. Billy Smith is also a very, very nice guy. And I tell you, Billy Smith used to do something really, really crazy. He'd lock himself into a dark room before big playoff games, and anybody that walked into it, he'd beat the hell out of him. And that's a true story. Billy Smith would lock himself into a dark room, and people were not allowed to go into that room until the game started. So, and he said a couple of times people thought that it was funny, and they walked in and he beat the shit out of them. So, true story on that. So, I love it. It's great for hockey.
No, I love it too. Like, as somebody that grew to love hockey, and obviously not being a huge hockey place in Nebraska, but I learned to love it when my son played it and whatever. But what I love about what he did, it's like, I'm protecting my team. I'm the goalie. I'm the one, you guys protect me. Now let me protect my team. I love him just, boom, I'm out. I'm going to get to business, and I'm going to go and put it to your face. And I just love that, because I love the culture of what, and I think, mind you, they haven't been great this year, but that earns respect in the clubhouse, in the locker room, and everything. And it's like, I'm protecting my guys, because like you said, they're trying to take fighting away. How many enforcers can we name in the game that weren't great skaters, weren't great point scorers, but yet they had a job to do, is protect that guy, and they're kind of taking that away. And I love that. Like, I'm watching the Wings and the Wild right now, and I love that aspect, because it's like, that dude's in my pocket and he's on my team. Hell yeah.
Well, we had one of the greatest fighters in NHL history, in Ray. Rob Ray was on our show a couple of times, and he tells me that the NHL should have never tried to take this away. It's a big part of sports, and that it's always been something that really stood for the fans. And to take this away, or try to take this away, only ruins the games.
Even Carcillo was saying it. Dan Carcillo was saying it. Like, people that they don't know how to fight now, so they don't know how to stick up for their teammates, and then they get hurt when they do it wrong.
They don't even. Right. They're afraid to break their hands. So.
Well, I mean, the worst goalie fight of all time is your buddy Rick DiPietro getting knocked out in one shot.
Yeah, I would have knocked his ass out.
I was waiting for that day to knock him
out.
out.
I was just waiting for that too. I was like, oh, drop that name, please, somebody.
One shot, done.
That guy, I'm going to tell you, all you fans out there, if you're a Rick DiPietro fan, that's fine. That guy is the biggest sleazebag you'll ever meet. He is a big SOB.
Okay, on to the next one, Fish. Don't let him get on a tangent.
I had to. We got one last one, and this one I couldn't believe when I was reading it. So LeBron came out with these Martin Luther King Jr. colorway sneakers. So if you don't know what a colorway is, it's basically just like they're taking the background of a picture and making it the colors for the art of the sneaker. For some reason, they used the background of the Lorraine Motel paint where Dr. King was assassinated in 1968 and tried to use it to market these sneakers. Safe to say, people were not pleased with LeBron trying to make money off of Dr. King's death in a weird way. Some quotes from, I'm not really going to go through all of them, but basically they all amount to saying he couldn't pick, colors from things like the Million Man March or from the March on Selma's Bridge. You're going to take from the dirty hotel. It's just so tasteless. It's one of the most ridiculous things. I know you guys are sneakerheads. I thought I had to bring it to your attention. So why don't we do it one more time tonight? Dial it up!
Well, it's pretty simple. LeBron James is an idiot. That's it. LeBron James is just, to me, trying to find his way out of basketball. And this is the transition. LeBron James knows he's not the same player he once was. He's starting to tail off. You have Reeves. You have, obviously, one of the great young players in the NBA on the team, Luka Doncic. And he looks like he's the third string guy. He's the third guy up. And now he's doing stupid things on and off the court, making sneakers on, former things that happened in past history that you don't want to remember. It's something that you don't want to remember. And now people going out and buying his sneakers, they're going to remember Dr. King getting shot. I mean, come on. I mean, that's something that you don't want to do as a professional basketball player. And LeBron James, who stands for everything, as far as Malcolm X, he speaks about Malcolm X all the time, and Dr. King. And you're going to put something like that on your sneaker, and that's what you're promoting, that's what you're selling, and that's what you're standing for. It's sad. You don't see Kevin Durant saying anything because he's his buddy. Kyrie Irving not saying anything because LeBron, when Kyrie Irving was coming out with those anti-Semitic views, LeBron was like, yeah, he has every right to use whatever platform he wants to use because LeBron James is a scumbag, just like every one of those NBA players. They think that the platform is there for them to do whatever the hell they want and sell whatever they want because that's the platform that is there for them. Unfortunately, the NBA and Adam Silver is run by the players, And the league is run by the players, not the owners. And that's why LeBron James is going to get away with this, because he's a sleazebag scumbucket.
Yeah, this is the wrong way of doing this kind of thing. The NBA's pushed Martin Luther King Jr. Day and civil rights stuff for the last 6 years, or really since COVID. But this is not the right method to do. You're going to commemorate the spot he got shot in, got assassinated in, and just put him on sneakers. It's the wrong way. There's so many better ways that LeBron, who owns a film company,
he owns everything.
Yeah, there's better ways that he could have done
his own underwear, his own dildos. I mean, he owns
I wouldn't have thought branding underwear would be any better than shoes.
He owns all of that. I mean, I'm serious.
Either way, it's the wrong approach to do it like that. I think there's, again, even just speaking it like your own speech is a lot better than doing it like that. It makes absolutely no sense.
That man makes hand over fist money. Think about it. He is the first billionaire player that has broke $1 billion when it comes to liquid that is still playing a professional sport. Tiger Woods didn't break the liquid. He had estates. This guy is the first professional athlete with liquid money of $1 billion that is still playing professional sports. He's the first player to ever do that. And he keeps selling these ugly sneakers, by the way. They're ugly. They hurt your feet. Nobody wants to go out and buy them. And now, if they're going to go out and buy this sneaker, it's going to, if you're a LeBron James fan or you're a Martin Luther King fan, you're going to remember Martin Luther King getting shot by buying these sneakers.
I just think, like, why wouldn't you, if you're LeBron and he tried to create like his own, obviously, brand, which he has, but why are Jordans still being sold, and why did he do things the right way? Like, didn't try this. I get the game's different. I get society has changed a little bit, but nobody's gonna buy LeBron in 20 years.
I'm gonna tell you why. You want me to tell you why Jordan's brand is still selling? Because he's not. He never contradicts anything that he says. Michael Jordan doesn't talk about politics. Michael Jordan.
No, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, like, you tried to build a brand. I remember when they both came out and Melo signed with Jordan, and he was like, "Why would I not?" Well, Jordan got Jeter, but Jeter was with Philo first, right?
Yes.
And then he got him, and then created that. Like, people aren't buying Jeter cleats. Like, let's just be real. Like, just because it's Jordan brand, but people are still rocking Jordans. Like, and it will. Nobody's ever going to rock LeBron's 20 years after he's done.
And LeBron runs his own company, okay? And I don't think people understand that. You could shut the music. The fact here is, when Michael Jordan started his deals, his sneaker deal, that was his mom. His mom is the one that negotiated that deal. It wasn't Michael. It was his mom. And Michael has always let his mom run his profiting organizations that he has run over the years. LeBron James runs his profit organizations. His mom works with him, but LeBron runs everything. He is the spokesman. He is the voice of everything that he does. He doesn't let his mom speak for him. He doesn't let his woman speak for him. He doesn't let his kids speak for him. LeBron speaks for himself. As he says, he's the greatest basketball player of all time. And then everybody follows, his kids, his wife, and everybody else. Oh, yeah, he is. Michael Jordan doesn't have to go out and say he's the greatest. His game expresses why Michael Jordan is the greatest. And the same thing with his apparel. Dude, I buy his headbands. Everything that I buy Michael Jordan stuff because, one, they're very well made. Two, I couldn't stand him as a player. But three, it's actually a guy that you have to respect. This guy is, to me, a phenom. The greatest athlete I have ever seen. I'm talking about Wayne Gretzky, Muhammad Ali. You name the greatest athletes, I'll tell you Michael Jordan is the greatest I've ever seen. And that's all I'm going to say about that. It's been a great show. Go ahead. What?
I would say he also never made any headbands with the death location of Martin Luther King as the color scheme. Like, I mean, hasn't LeBron just done dumb stuff like this his whole career? Like, you can go back to the decision of like making this big spectacle out of something and making him bigger than the game, bigger than everybody else. It's just the same thing over and over again, man, with this guy. I'm not surprised, but it's really disappointing for a guy like that.
This show reminds me of, we mentioned tools. We talked about a tool bag and Chris Drury, and now LeBron James, another tool, an idiot that obviously doesn't know how to be a professional. Because
Errol, I wouldn't go that far. I think there's just ways that he probably tries to think out of the box where he doesn't really think solely. And I've broke bread with him. I've had dinner with him. Obviously didn't get to know him, but that's neither here nor there. But I think there's just certain aspects now where things are looked at completely different. And the way we see things comparatively to what it was back then is not the way we see things today. And that is just part of it. And we all have to adapt, right? We all have to adapt as coaches. We all have to adapt as fathers. We all have to adapt as roommates, partners, whatever. And so I just think that I wouldn't go that far with it. I would just like have a little bit more feel like, don't feel like you're invincible. You're still a human being. You still piss and shit the same way we all do. And don't feel like you're better than anybody else just because of what you've done. Yes, what you've accomplished and everything you've done is great. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we all end up in the same spot.
I'm sorry. I think he's a tool. And nothing can tell me anything different. I think the guy's a complete tool. He's a smart businessman because he is a brand, and his brand will always be worth something because he's built his brand to $1 billion organization. But to say that I could forgive somebody like this, he's done a lot of stupid things. He was the king. They made a movie, a documentary out of him and his team. I mean, I watched it because I'm stupid enough to sit there and watch it. So it to me, and again, the whole Charles Oakley thing, was James Dolan right? No. But when Charles Oakley, that whole thing happened with Charles Oakley, and I agree with the MSG, what he did. Of course, LeBron James had to open his big fat mouth, and he told NBA players not to go and play over there with the Knicks because of the way they treated Charles Oakley, because he had a good relationship with him. Why doesn't just LeBron James shut his mouth? Michael Jordan never told players not to go and play for the Knicks or go and play for an organization. He just said, if you're going to strategize, you don't need to build a big three or big two. And Michael Jordan came out recently and said, hey, that's what's ruined the game, is players jumping ship. You want to build a big three, stay there and build it through the draft. That's the way to do it. That's how the Chicago Bulls did it with the teams that they had over there. They drafted Scottie Pippen. The only person they brought in there over the years that helped them win is Mr. Greenhead himself. That's about it. The Worm. That was the only guy they brought in. And by the way, that's because nobody wanted him and he was about to retire. All right. Nobody wanted him after the San Antonio Spurs. And
yeah, there's unsung heroes of that team too that people don't talk about in the John Paxsons, the BJ Armstrongs, the Bill Wendelins, the Luke Longleys, like Bill Cartwright. Like I love the Bulls. I love the Bulls. So there's so many of them that those weren't big three. Like they weren't huge names, but they served a purpose. And exactly kind of what you're saying is like, I have guys that I know can do it because we have them. But then let's bring in some of these other ones that aren't literally like big names.
Yeah.
And they did that.
Well, it's very interesting. We'll save it for another day, as always. Thank you to Ryan Spader for joining us. He was sensational, as he always is, and I didn't attack him today, so that was good. He laughed a couple times. I had him giggling a little bit, but Ryan's a cool dude. He knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't hold back, and that's what I love about Ryan. Like Pete Bursick, all these guys that we have on the show. I love them because they don't hold back, and they're pretty funny, and they're pretty laid back. Thank you to all the Apple and Spotify fans from the audio and video. Thank you to TikTok, Instagram, X, all the YouTube channels, everybody that follows Jabba in the Mouth, all our different profile names and everything like that. Thank you to all the fans. Keep listening to us. Keep going on Reddit and reading my stories, Jabba in the Mouth. I have a new one coming out later tonight. Well, tomorrow, because I started writing it. I'm almost done with it. It will be up probably tomorrow morning when Speedy gets it up. So stay tuned for that. If you haven't checked my Mets article and all the other stuff, the Bambi Sala, go check it out on our website, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. We will be back on Monday. Who do we have on? Speed?
All right, so we have a new guy, a Raiders running back. He's currently on the league right now. His name is Chris Collier. He's actually from Long Island. Went to grew up in Hempstead. Went to Cedar Point or Cedarhurst, I think it is, high school.
Okay.
He's one of the Raiders' backup running backs. He'll be joining us at 8:45. And then on Thursday, time to be determined, is a guy that's currently in the NFL. That's one of our favorites, and Mr. Foye Luakin. We'll see what time eventually. Foye will be back on.
He's going to be joining us. We could talk about the Jaguars. He had a great season this year. He was one of the best tacklers again in the NFL. He's an elite player. He really is. And Foye loves coming on the show, and we love getting him on the show. So we'll get into the Jaguars and his new coach. Travis Hunter. We're playing with Travis Hunter in his first year, the Gremlin. And what is his thoughts next year with the season falling short? How does he feel about next season and if they have a chance to win a Super Bowl? So we'll get into that with Foye on Thursday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show. Speedy, have anything to say? Jop, anybody?
I'm all set. It's a great show, guys. Thanks for tuning in. And definitely interesting battle with Spader.
Blow my back out.
As we all say, good night and farewell.
It's the Worldwide Sports